just the energy that was in the room and that was in the house. We had lunch a lot. Being in Bangalore in January has been exceptional because of how the conference was prepared. The youth has learned. We are hoping for more impact, to create more and more impact in the world.
Everyone, morning, welcome. Good morning, everybody. Just so I make sure that the sound system is working very well. If you guys in the back over there can hear me, just please wave your hand just as a confirmation. Fantastic. Okay, we're good over there. And at the back over there, please just wave your hand. Make sure that you can hear me. If you can hear me, just wave your hand for me. Welcoming everyone to the Kectil Zambia conference. Thank you for your time and the time that we're going to spend together over the next 2 days. I think you should all give yourselves a pat on the back. Everyone is looking nice and dapper. I almost showed up in a t-shirt and jeans, and I'm lucky I found myself a suit because the gents are looking great, the ladies are looking great. Fantastic. Thank you guys for your preparation. I think it has been many weeks, if not months, in the making for what is about to happen and transpire for us here today. It's kind of cold. Is anyone, if I don't know if we can adjust the AC, but we'll probably just have to put up with what it is right now. If anyone finds it too cold, maybe a gent can find a jacket to give to a lady or something like that. But I hope everyone is comfortable enough that we can all concentrate on the program for the time that we will be here. For one, I am super excited. Rodri had asked me to be part of the program. Usually how it works out is he asks me, and I say no, I kind of act hard to get, and then he asks me again, and then I'll say, okay, I'll think about it, and he asks me again. I say, okay, Rodri, let me sleep over it this time, and then eventually I say, okay, I'll be there, I'll show up, and I'm super excited. I've taken a look at the program. The schedule is jam-packed. We are really in for a treat over the next 2 days. That's today and tomorrow. I like the principle in the book 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. You guys might have seen this book by Stephen Covey. In that book, he mentions something called to begin with the end in mind. And if we are to begin with the end in mind for our Kectil Zambia conference, what we have over the next 2 days is something that I think Kectil does so well, which is to cultivate youth leadership, to sharpen the potential that is in the youth. And to do that, I counted at least 15 distinct speakers from multiple nations. It's an international conference, international speakers, world-class caliber, over at least 15 distinct speakers. And from various industries. We're going to talk on topics such as AI, we're going to touch on the economy, the state sector, speakers from the manufacturing industry, from entrepreneurship, career development. It is going to be an absolutely jam-packed session for each and every one of you guys here today. And to just allow you to reap the most benefit from the program, I'm going to just ask everyone to come out of your shell. Sometimes at these programs, people tend to be a bit reserved, to be a bit cautious, a bit too cool for school, kind of just lean on the back wall. I want for everyone to really squeeze the maximum amount of juice out of this conference. Take as many notes as you can. I hope you've got your notebooks and your pens. Take as many notes, take copious, detailed notes, discuss the notes with your peers, and really get the most out of this program for the next 2 days. Okay, bounce around the room. Of course, there'll be designated times when you can, walk around, ask questions, meet people, so on and so forth. So feel free to bounce around the room. Don't be in your shell. Get out of your bubble. Today is not the day to be an introvert. Lero takuri to know I'm an introvert. Get out of your bubble. Share your experiences. Share your thoughts. Ask questions. Reap the most from this program. Make sure it's the thing that when you look back, you're going to be so proud of yourself for having had attended, okay? And I just did also want to do some quick housekeeping rules, just so we have some structure to our program. So for the restroom, I have noticed the nearest restrooms for our convenience, when you exit the room on this side, the gents is on the left, and further down the hall, the ladies is on the right. Okay? So for your convenience, if you need to use the restroom, on this side of the room, once you exit, of course, the gents' room is on the left. Further down the corridor, the ladies' room is on the right-hand side. So those would be the convenience rooms. Electronic gadgets. So your phones might have tablets. Anything that can ring, ping, go off, make a noise, please put that on a setting where it won't disturb anyone, so that we are able to focus on the program for the duration that we are here. So if you've got an electronic gadget, kindly do that for us now. Also on housekeeping, so no alcohol, no weed. Are we good there? So no fires, no dancing on tables, please. Let's keep it orderly. Otherwise, folks, look, I'm really, really happy that everyone is here. I see a lot of happy faces, a lot of attentive faces. I personally want to wish that this is an absolute blessing for you and that you get the most out of this program. I think Kectil is doing such an amazing job of sharpening the youth. Please get greater awareness from this. It is going to be a period of expansion, learning about better ways of thinking, better ways of working, better ways of doing business, and better ways of being of service to other people. To get our program started for today, we are going to be led into the national anthem by Grammy Award winning. How you guys turned your head when I said Grammy Award? They were wondering who's about to come out. Okay, though she is a very distinct personality in her own right. I've met her prior to this, so I'm not just making that up. So to lead us into the national anthem, please welcome Rose Mwewa.
Great. I guess we all know what to do before a national anthem. All right. Stand and sing, O Zambia, proud and free, a land of work and joy and unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We've won freedom's fight. Oh, one strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us, all our people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one strong and free, one land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace neath Zambia's sky, like honorable eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee. Oh, one strong and free. Praise be to God. Praise be, praise be, praise be. Bless our great nation, Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Free men we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia,
Thank you for that, Rose. I like the vibrato. That was pretty good stuff. Thank you, Rose. I am going to give myself a constraint. Sherry, well, you're about to meet Sherry. I'm preempting myself here. But I've heard the word special being used a number of times prior to this conference here today. People have been saying we've got special speakers, special guests, so on and so forth. I am only going to use the word special in one instance for the next 2 days. And that's because I want to be able to attribute it to someone who I consider to indeed be special and use it exclusively for him as he prepares to come up and actually get our ball rolling. This gentleman is an architect of change. This is at least the way he describes himself, architect of change, very visionary. What I love most about him is just how selfless he is. There are very few people I have met that are more prepared to give of themselves in order to pour into others than my very dear friend, someone I'm actually privileged to call a friend, a very special man who is going to come up and introduce our next speaker, if you will. Please give a resounding welcome to the special gentleman, Mr. Rodri Mutal.
Good morning. How was the morning? Oh, good. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to welcome you to Kectil conference here in Zambia, first and foremost. And I would like first and foremost to appreciate the founder and executive director, Madam Sherry Knows, whom I consider to be mother and role model as well. So I'm standing here because of her. So, and we have this event, all of us, because of her. So I want to welcome you to Zambia, and also thank you for everything that we do here in Zambia because of you, and we are impacting lives. So we appreciate you so much. And I would want also to acknowledge the founder, Kectil board members. We have Dr. Snowy Koza, and also Dr. McLean Sivanda. Thank you so much for coming to Zambia. Actually, this means a lot because when we started in 2017, you were there. Now you are here in Zambia. So we appreciate you so much. And I would want also to acknowledge Mr. Sangith and also the son and the wife. Thank you so much for coming to Zambia. Welcome. All people are treating you well. So we are the smiling people. So thank you so much. And we have also His Loyal Heritage, who is among us today, Mr. Miva. So thank you, sir, for coming to Zambia. We are familiar, we are cousins, I think, with South Africa. We have also Madam Tumi Sibanda as well, the wife of Dr. McLean. Welcome to Zambia. We appreciate you. So at this particular point in time, I would also just want to just pass few views to the youths. So we received over 600 applications. So you guys, you stood out. And we have this program to invest in you because we believe in you. So don't take this conference for granted. A lot of money is being spent just to make sure that you give back to the nation. So we are at the point where we should stop asking what we can, I think what the country can do for us, but be ourselves architect of change and try to give back to the community. So I appreciate you for coming through and also for having the zeal to invest in yourself. I think you showed up on time because this is what we talked about with Sherry. I think there's also, Zambian time and also American time, but she's confused today. Everybody is just here on time. So thank you guys, keep it up. I think timekeeping is I think the most important quality to become successful in life, because if you don't keep time, you won't deal with other successful people. So we appreciate you. I think give yourself a round of applause. Yes, at this particular point in time, I would want us all to stand. Yes, I would want us all to stand. And I I am very privileged and also to welcome the founder and director for the Kectil program to Zambia. So I would want to give you this floor to you so that you can give the opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Actually, before you sit down, please stand up again. Now, you all are so quiet. I want to hear you make some noise. Yell, Kectil, really loud. 1, 2, 3, Kectil! No. Louder, 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 louder. Come on, let's hear something really, really loud. Kectil! Okay, Kectil Zambia. Okay, welcome to Kectil Zambia Live. Whoa! Okay. Great, thanks. Now you can sit down. Welcome. We are so happy to be here. We have been working for months and months, and we're so excited to bring the Kectil program live to Zambia. I feel like I've been part of Kectil Zambia now for several years. I get reports from Rodri so often with pictures of all of you coming to the meetings, and you're dressed so finely, and you're paying so much attention, and you're really one of the diamonds in the bracelet of Kectil around the world. You are one of our most important countries right now. You're one of the most active countries. And, you know, we could have we picked 3 countries this year to have local conferences in. Okay, we went to India, and now here we are in Zambia, and then our 3rd conference is going to be in Papua New Guinea in August. Now, we spent a lot of time selecting those 3 countries, and so you were among the 3 top countries in the world that we wanted to visit live. Okay, and that's for a reason. If you look around, as Rodri said, 600 youth from Zambia applied to come to this conference. That means something. That means there's something going on in this country. Okay, you look around, you're going to be the leaders of Zambia in the next few years. In the next 10 to 20 years, you're going to be running this country. And when you run this country, how are you going to do it? What are you going to be thinking about? What are you going to stand for? Are you going to make it better? Are you going to help school children to learn? Are you going to expand minds? Are you going to make Zambia the jewel of Africa? Right? I actually visited the jewel of Africa, one of the wonderful entrepreneurship endeavors and successful companies in Zambia. But actually, the country of Zambia is the jewel of Africa. You have so many things going on here, and you can help run this entire continent with your ideas. Our hope for you is that when you leave this conference, at the end of the day tomorrow, that you're actually a different person. Okay? What we want to do is we want to take your mind and we want to stretch it. And we want you to be thinking about things that you maybe haven't thought about. And we'll be successful if we keep you outside of your comfort zone for the next 2 days. Okay? We want you to be thinking uncomfortable thoughts. We want you to be thinking how you're going to shape the world. We want you to know that you're the ones that are going to make a difference. You know, Zambia has so many resources. It's a beautiful country, wonderful people. When I got here, this is my very first time to Zambia. I've been running a conference, I've been running a program all over the world, but this is my very first time to Zambia. And I was wondering, what would the country be like? I had no idea. What would the people be like? I didn't know. I've been to lots of countries around the world. And the first thing I saw were beautiful people with huge, big smiles on their faces. They're so happy. You are a happy people. and you're calm, you're happy, you give a wonderful aura about you, and you feel that as someone coming in from another country, you feel the happiness and friendliness, and that's a wonderful gift that you have, okay? And you can use that gift to welcome people around the world. Now, how many of you today are currently, right now, in the Kectil program? Raise your hand if you're doing the Kectil cohort, if you're in the Kectil program right now. Stand up. Stand up if you're in the Kectil program right now. Okay, that's awesome. Fantastic. Okay? Okay. Now, keep standing. Okay? Now, stand up if you've been in a prior Kectil program. Stand up if you've been in one of the prior Kectil programs. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, now those of you who are sitting now, it's time for you to stand up and say, I'm going to be in next year's Kectil program. So please stand up and make your pledge right now that you're going to be applying for the Kectil program, which the portal will open in mid-September. It'll close in mid-November. So every single person in this room, between you have been, you are, and you will be, should all be standing up today. Okay, look at the power. Look at the power that we have of all the people who are going to be going through the Kectil program. Okay, great. You can sit down. That's very exciting. Now, look at this map. How many of you have traveled outside of Zambia? Okay. We're gonna. I keep asking questions because I have to know more about you. Okay, I want to know all about you. I want to know about every single one of you. Stand up if you've ever traveled outside of Zambia. Okay. Some, but not many. Now, stand up if you've ever traveled outside of Africa. Okay, so just a few of you. So here you are. You are the youth who have been to countries outside of Africa. But actually, all of you have been traveling outside of Zambia, outside of Africa, because you're now part of the Kectil program. And at least virtually, you now either have been, are, or will be having friends all over the world. Okay? There's no other program like the Kectil program that networks you with youth in 80 to 100 countries around the world and allows you to come in and make friends, and not just hi, how are you, but personal friends in which you're talking about important issues which are going to shape the future. Because you are the talented youth born for greatness in Zambia, you have to connect. You can sit down now, sure. Go, I'm sorry. Please sit down. As the talented youth born for greatness in Zambia, it's imperative that you connect with your colleagues who are talented youth born for greatness in countries around the world for really important conversations. You need to understand them. They need to understand you. You need to understand that most of you are sharing similar challenges and also successes. We love to celebrate our successes, and we love to talk about challenges. So why did I create the Kectil program? And thank you, Rodri. I created the Kectil program. I'm the founder of the program. I started this program in 2016 at my kitchen table. Okay, I was sitting at my kitchen table. I'd known for a couple of years that I actually wanted to do something to make a difference. So I sat at the table and I was thinking about what is it going to be? And I had traveled a lot. I'm a lawyer. I'm an intellectual property lawyer. I've traveled to many countries around the world on business. And I've met so many really, really smart, talented leaders in developing countries. But what I saw was that it was disjointed, and they weren't all connected, and they weren't all talking to each other, and we weren't talking about really deep things that matter You know, what really matters to us? What really matters to the world? What matters to your life? How are you going to make your life the best it can possibly be and contribute the most you can possibly contribute to the world? That's really important. You know, and for those of you who have been through the program, you know that I'm intentional about that, because the very first question I ask all of you is to write your funeral speech, right? And when you ask young people to write their funeral speech, their mind just blows. It's like, what? They've never thought about death. Because you know why? Because they're going to live forever. Because life is infinite, and they're going to live forever. So why think about that kind of stuff? But that's not true. You're going to be on this earth for a finite amount of time. You're on the clock. And there's a sense of urgency. If you want to have the best life you can, and if you want to leave an impact on this life, you've got to expand your mind and think about how you can give back to society. So that was the idea that I started with. And I thought, how can we think big thoughts? How can we keep youth outside the box? How can we keep you uncomfortable? And keep thinking about things that maybe you don't talk about in your daily life. Maybe there's stigmas about talking about them. Okay, maybe you're potentially not in Zambia, but around the world. There are problems with freedom of speech, freedom of press. You know, some countries have patriarchal societies where youth are not supposed to speak. They're supposed to listen. But I don't believe in that. I think you have great ideas. And I think you have to practice. If you don't practice when you're young, speaking your ideas, when are you going to have the chance to do that? Right? You're now in an incubation where you can learn and think and get outside of your box and begin to be the leaders. You just look around today at the people in this group and the people who wanted to be here today. You're going to be running Zambia. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? How are you going to make it better? Some of the things we talk about are the project and the challenge. And I have that book. Roger, can you bring that book up to me? The first book, I forgot to bring this up. The first book that we wrote, and the only book we've written so far, but another one is coming soon, the Kectil book. Okay, and you can get this book on Amazon, or you can get it online. It's a great book, and it has a really good introduction about why we started Kectil. And in here, part of what we talk about is the project and the challenge. Okay, so what is the project? The project is at some point in your life, and you don't know how long your life is, so you don't necessarily need to start now, but since you don't know when your last day of life is, you need to be thinking about it. What are you going to do with your what are your talents? What is something special and unique about you? And what's a gift that you can give to your society, your culture, your country, maybe even the world, that is going to make a lasting impact on the world? That's your project. And the incentive is that at some point in your life, you start a project, and that project is given to the world. And so I'm hoping that everybody in this room at some point will be thinking about what is your special project that you're going to do that makes the world a little bit better. Okay. And so what's the challenge? Okay. The challenge is to think about a dream that you absolutely know is impossible. There's no way in the world you can do it because it's too big. You don't know how to do it. You don't have the resources. You think you don't even have the talent to pull it off. The challenge is to dream about something that you have no way to accomplish and then go out and do it. Okay? And that, for me, was the Kectil program. I'm a lawyer. I'm terrible at IT. Okay? I'm terrible at IT. I'll just leave it at that. I didn't know how to connect people in the world. I didn't know how I was going to run the program. I didn't know how I was going to get volunteers for the program. This was in 2016. I just had an idea, and the idea was really big. And some people said to me, well, a lot of people have big ideas, but most of them don't pull them off. Okay? So that's what we did. We had a challenge, and the challenge is to think about something that you can't possibly imagine yourself doing, and then day by day by day, figuring out how to do it. Okay? That is the combination of the project and the challenge. And I really urge you to be thinking about what is your project, what is your challenge, and I think the Kectil program is going to help refine that. So we hope that by the time you leave tomorrow, that you're going to be a little bit different. You're going to be thinking about some of these ideas. We have some of the best speakers in the world who are going to be talking about amazing ideas. Okay. And we're going to be doing it within the backdrop of the Kectil 10 Points of Leadership. So let's pull that up for a second. These are all the countries. These are all the countries you're now connected with. Okay, next one. Now let's go to this. The Kectil 10 Points of Leadership. Those are very important. And that is basically the foundation for everything we do. It's mission. What is your mission going to be? What is your passion? What is your vision? We do everything with ethics, and we teach ethics. Compassion, equality, and respect. Good government. Oh my goodness, good government. Every single country in the world can benefit by thinking about what does it mean to have a good government. Personal presentation. Hey, you guys have knocked it out of the park on personal presentation today. You guys, you look awesome. Okay, you came here, you look great. Okay, team building and measurable accomplishments. So that's what we're going to be going to. So thank you very much. Those are my opening remarks. And now I'm going to introduce our first speaker of the day, and that is Mr. Sangeeth Varghese, and who's coming to us from India. He spoke at the Indian conference. He's become a great advocate for Kectil. He's a globally acknowledged leadership thinker. He was trained at Harvard and London School of Economics. He's an ambassador of Harvard. He's been listed in the who's who in the world. Okay, how many? I don't think, it's very difficult to get in who's who of the world. And Sangeeth has done that. He's consulted for countries in Africa and Asia. He's consulted for the United Nations. He was nominated as a young global leader by the World Economic Forum. He's been ranked in the top 10 global leaders in 2011. He's been honored as the first Asian youth ambassador by the governor of India. He's the author of a number of books, including Open Source Leader, Decide to Lead. He's authored several books, including a few books with his son here, Zach Sangeeth. And Zach, stand up. You're also an author. Zach, so Zach has the honor of being the very youngest Kectil colleague in the history of Kectil. He's 12 years old, and he decided he wanted to be a Kectil colleague. Okay. And he and his father wrote the book Hidden Links, Strategic Understanding Through History. So Sangeeth, can you please come up and honor us with your comments? And would you like to speak, if you want to speak, or you want to speak there?
What can give you a disproportional advantage to succeeding early in life? What can give you a disproportional advantage in life to succeed when you are in your 20s? Popular literature has got answers. And today we are going to the secrets of succeeding early. First secret. If you have talent in life, leadership qualities, negotiation qualities, communication skill, hard work, grit, perseverance, self-respect, self-esteem, that gives you a very high, disproportional advantage towards succeeding early. The second one, legacy. This gives you a tinier bit of advantage, but nevertheless. If you're born in a privileged family, if you've got the entitlement, if you've gone to the best law schools, if you've gone to the best business schools, if you've gone to the best public policy schools, that again gives you an advantage. So a few days back, I was in Nairobi, and we were getting driven around by this person who's about 70 years of age. He wakes up every day at about 4 o'clock in the morning, drives to the city center, he's a driver, and then drives for the next 20 hours without a break. No Sundays, no May days for this gentleman. Hard work, he's there. Talent, he's a great driver. Communication skill, he was able to communicate to me exceptionally well. Negotiation, well, he was able to negotiate with me that I gave him an extra tip. He doesn't consider himself to be a success, or rather, he says that I could have been more successful. So now, we come to an existential problem. You know what is an existential problem? An existential problem is a problem that challenges your life. An existential problem is a problem of life and death. Here is somebody who has been working hard, who's got great talent, who's got great self-respect, but has not been able to make the cut. So to solve this existential problem, are going to go into a parable of two great nations. So here is the first nation. Exceptionally blessed, exceptionally wealthy, tropical weather, falls on the equator. Because of the great weather, blessed with the best flora and fauna, great amount of natural resources. Diamonds, they're one of the largest producers of the diamonds in the world. Gold, one of the largest producers of gold in the world. Silver, and the new age metals of lithium, cobalt, titanium, radium, they're there. So they are there. And the people in this country are so big and huge, they could even tame an elephant. And the World Bank says that the resources, the talent that this country is sitting on is $100 trillion. To put it in perspective, the GDP of the current wealthiest country is 1/4 of that, $20 trillion. But here is our country sitting on a wealth of $100 trillion. The richest country in the whole world. Can you guess which country is this? Can you guess which country is this? Fantastic. I don't know how you got that. DR Congo. The last time I made the speech, I had a slide and I put up DR Congo. The Indians read it as Dr. Congo. Their reasoning was, if a Kong can be king, why can't be Congo be a doctor? DR Congo. So next we go into the next nation, probably the poorest nation in the whole world. It's not even a nation. 14,000 piddly islands. Puny people. Forget about elephants. They can't even tame a squirrel. Small people. Natural resources? Nothing at all. And a nation devastated by natural calamities. They are devastated with earthquakes. They are devastated with volcanic eruptions. So much devastated that they cannot even build proper houses in that country. The poorest nation in the entire world. Anyone wants to give it a go? Anyone wants to give it a go? Last time we got it right, I was surprised.
Taiwan.
Closer?
Indonesia.
Japan. Japan, the poorest nation in the entire world. Now you see where I'm getting at? DR Congo, which according to the World Bank statistics, which is supposed to be the 198 as far as the GDP of the world nations are concerned. Japan, until now, the second largest GDP nation in the world, and now the fourth largest. On the one hand, you have talent, you have resources, you have abundant amount of things which you have given, and on the other hand, you have nothingness. You are starting from absolutely nothingness. Talent and resources sometimes can be an inhibitor, something which pulls you back, rather than an accelerator. Talent, legacy, resources, that kind of pulls you back, rather than accelerating you. Which is when I ask the question, if it is not talent, if it is not resources, and if it is not legacy, then what gives you a disproportionate advantage in succeeding in life? Which is what I research at the World Economic Forum now, wherein I draw from the experiences of some of the greatest leaders, young leaders of this world. And that include people like Bill Gates, the founders of Google, Sergey Brin, Elon Musk from South Africa, Sahar al-Bazar, who is the Minister of Culture from Egypt, Arthur Mutambara, the Deputy Prime Minister of Zimbabwe, and even one of your first ladies, Maureen Monawasa, Jensen Huang, who is one of the young global leaders of the World Economic Forum, and the president of this great company called NVIDIA. When you play a game on the computer, you're using an NVIDIA chip. When you're doing cryptocurrency trading, you are using an NVIDIA chip. So Jensen Huang, he says, success is not about intelligence. Success is not about talent. Success is not about your legacy. But success is about suffering. Success is about the pain. Success is about the trauma. Let's unwrap this. When somebody is talented, when somebody is supremely talented, when somebody is blessed, when somebody comes from an entitled family, he knows that. He knows he's talented. He knows he's entitled. He knows he is good. He is not looking out for your approval. His self-esteem, high. His self-confidence, high. If he takes a risk, if he fails, he can lose it all. So what does he do? As a rational person, he minimizes his risk. But somebody who's gone through the trauma, somebody who's suffering, somebody who's in the pain, somebody who's blessed with nothing, somebody who doesn't have a talent, somebody who doesn't have any resources, somebody who doesn't come from a privileged family, somebody who's not entitled. He wants to prove. He has got nothing to lose. When he fails, he'll just get up and say that I'm just going to go on because I don't have anything to lose. When you are in pain, when you are suffering, when you are not entitled, you become hustlers. You're trying your hands in so many things. You're hustling in life. You're figuring out life. Early traumatic experiences, failures, teach you to get up. Second, if you belong to an entitled family, if you are in a second generation of a successful family, it becomes all the more difficult for you to succeed in life. Again, because of the same reason. Because you're already entitled, you have a lot to lose. It's good times for him. Good times build weak people. Weak people build hard times. Hard times build tough people. Tough people build good times. And then good times build weak people. Unless you belong to a family where suffering is a family virtue. We have seen that also happening, especially in the case of South Asian families and Chinese families. They could be rich, they could be successful, but suffering is a family virtue. They allow their children to suffer. They ask their children to suffer. Third, this is interesting, the third one. Dad dynamics. Dad dynamics. If you've got a tough dad, if you've got a harsh dad, father, if you've got a tough father, if you've got a harsh father, if you've got a discerning father, if you've got a father who's never satisfied, if you've got an absent father, if you've got a father who has abandoned you, you stand the most chance to succeed in life. You take the stories of some, it sounds unbelievable, but you take the stories of some of the greatest successful people in the whole world, including Elon Musk. You see a streak of that. Why does that happen? It happens because fathers play a very special role in your life. They anchor you down. They provide the safety net as far as the child is concerned. They help you how exactly to analyze risk in life. When that anchoring bolt is absent, you're almost unhinged. You just want to go back and prove to the world that you're worth something. Of course, mothers also play a very important role. But the research says that children are 800 times naughtier with their mothers compared to fathers. I'm not asking you to go back to your dad and tell him, from today onwards, be absent. That's not the message. Okay, so now we come to another existential question. There are so many people who are not talented. There are so many people in this world who are not privileged. There are so many people in the world who do not have an entitlement, who do not have a legacy. But they are not successful. Strange. I told you, if there is pain, if there is suffering, if you're not entitled, you could end up succeeding. There are so many of them out there, but they have not succeeded. That's because in human beings there is a bias which is called the survival bias. If there are 100 people doing something, 90 of them, 8 of them fail, 2 of them succeed, we pick up the stories of the people who have succeeded. Look at Elon Musk. He works throughout the night. I can become a success if I work throughout the night. Doesn't work like that. So to understand what makes the difference, what would really help you when you are going through a suffering, when you are going through a pain, and how do you really become successful? We take the help of this lovely little lady, and her name is Goldilocks. Do you know who's Goldilocks? Do you know who's Goldilocks? You don't need to search, that's the same Goldilocks. Goldilocks? Anybody knows Goldilocks? Who's Goldilocks? Yes, please.
Goldilocks from the story of Goldilocks and the 3 bears.
Yes, absolutely. Goldilocks and 3 bears. Don't forget the 3rd bear. Goldilocks and the 3 bears. So this lovely lady, she wanders into the forest and she encroaches into the house of the bears, and she has got porridge over there. The first porridge belongs to the father. She tastes it and she says that, too hot. The second one, she goes and tastes the mama bear's porridge and she says that, too cold. And then she goes to the kitty bears, the teddy bears one, and she tastes it and she says what? What does she say? Just right. This is just right. Success is a complex thing. Success is not an easy thing to understand. It has got a lot of variables which are playing around. Humongous amount of variables, right? And all these variables need to come together and needs to produce something which is called the Goldilocks zone, which is
That's right.
just right. Which is just right. So the first thing is just right. Defining moments. When you're going through a suffering, when you're going through a pain, when you're going through a trauma, when your dad abandons you, majority of them would end up becoming druggies and peddlers and thugs. But some of them make sense of the suffering. Some of this make sense of this pain. Some of this make sense of this trauma. Defining moments. For example, Mahatma Gandhi. He says about himself that I'm an underdog and I'm an underachiever. I barely passed my matriculation examination. I've got a bad stage fright. I'm scared of darkness. I'm scared of talking in front of the public. But then one day, he is booted out from the first class of a train. In your country, my friend. And one day he is traveling by a train from Johannesburg to Durban, and he happens to read a book which is called Unto the Last. He wakes up in the morning, says that enough is enough. I'm transforming my life. Defining moments, making sense of your trauma, making sense of your suffering, making sense of your inflection point, deciding when you are faced with a defining moment. Second, permission to succeed. When you have low self-esteem, when you have low self-confidence, when you lack a talent, and when you come to the threshold of success, you need a mentor. You need a Messiah who would come up to you and tell you, daughter, son, it's okay. You've got that in you. Somebody who sets high expectations. Somebody who creates self-fulfilling prophecies for you so that you believe that I have failed right now, but I could just get up, I could keep going on, and I would still succeed. Permission to succeed. And the third and the last one. Even if you have pain, even if you have suffering, even if you have got the dynamics, even if you are a self-starter, even if you have faced the defining moment, even if you have got a great mentor, %98 of life is all about luck. 98% is all about luck. 98% of your Goldilocks zone is all about luck. However, lucky people, this is important, this is the most important message, this is the best message. Lucky people think lucky. Lucky people feel that I'm lucky when they step out of their homes, when you come into the Kectil conference, when you go out of the Kectil conference, when you meet a new friend. Lucky people always think that I am going to get lucky today. Lucky people attract luck. And when you think lucky, you open yourself to the opportunities. You're thinking about the exciting things which surrounds you. You are willing to take risks. And you make your own luck. You manufacture your own luck. So, if you're somebody who's sitting in this room today thinking, I do not have anything exceptional talents in me, you've got a disproportional advantage to succeed in life. And if you're somebody sitting in this room thinking, I've got a rough childhood, I've got a traumatic childhood, you've got a disproportional chance to succeed in life. And if you're somebody sitting in this room thinking, I've got a rough dad, I've got an absent dad, I've got a dad who's abandoned me, then you've got a disproportional chance to succeed. And if you're sitting over here thinking, I do not have self-esteem, I doubt myself, I do not have self-confidence, I failed, you have a disproportional chance to succeed more than all the rest of the people in the world. Thank you. Okay.
Excellent. Over here, let me just go back. Wow, what great stories. I've never heard about the comparison between DR Congo and Japan. And I didn't know the answers to those two, which one was which. You and I have had discussions about the effect of failure on youth. And I think that it's a very important message for Kectil colleagues, and you got into that somewhat in your talk. All of us will fail, but what do you do with failure? And I think that's what you're saying. What do you do with hard times? What do you do with failure? And we talk about success from failure, failing up. And the most successful people are the ones who have failed the most times. That's a hard lesson for youth. Can you just talk a little bit about failure and mental health and how that impacts youth, perhaps?
Right. So there are two times in which you can fail in your life. The first time, when you're young and when you are an upstart, when you're starting up in your life, you can fail. The second one, when you are that 70-year-old man looking back and realizing that you failed. Majority of the multinational corporations have got this policy which is called fail fast. You know what does that mean? Fail fast means when you have a project, when you are building your life, it is better to fail. Because success never teaches you a lesson. If you're succeeding, what lesson has it taught? How do you know how you succeeded? You would end up saying that it's because of my communication skills, it's because of my charisma, teamwork. How do you know what contributed to success? very difficult for you to pinpoint what exactly made that success. But failure, a Zen master teaching you all the lessons in the world, you know exactly why you failed. You know exactly why you failed. And when you fail early, than failing late, it teaches you very important lessons. The people who are going to succeed in this room, the people who are going to get lucky in this room, are the people who would end up, who has got the uncanny ability to discard, learn from your misfortunes, your failures. The lucky person thinks lucky. When he gets unlucky, he just discards it. Oh, there is something lucky which is coming up. When he fails, oh, there is something which is interesting coming up. He gets up. He keeps going. Who says keeps going? Somebody says, keep going. Do you know who says keep going? Who says keep going? He knows. Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker says keep going.
Wonderful. If anyone in the audience has any questions for Mr. Sangeeth, please raise your hand. We're happy to take a question or two. Yeah, we gotta go. Okay. Okay, if not, I'll ask you one more. Oh, okay, we do have a question. You can take it from there.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I read a story, I think last week, in the second chapter of Think and Courage about this man during the gold rush that was established in California. So he borrowed money, Dad found the gold, but at some point there was no gold anymore, and he was devastated. Okay, thank you. He was devastated and left, not knowing that 3 feet from there was gold. And the equipment that he took to the junkyard that he was using, the man at the junkyard used that to go and explore the field more with experts, and discovered that 3 feet from where the man had left off, there was gold. So this happens to most of us, especially as startup entrepreneurs. There are times that you try so hard, and just 3 feet away from where your gold is, you give up. But then it's more of a state of analysis paralysis as well. So how then does a startup handle that state of analysis paralysis that puts them in a physical state that they cannot accomplish that particular goal? And secondly, how does one change shift their mental paradigm from unlucky to lucky? Because we can consciously tell ourselves, but it's more of a subconscious programming. Thank you.
I got it. Okay, great story. As in, somebody was digging for during the gold rush period in California, wherever it is, and just dug 800 feet, 8,000 feet, whatever it is, but 3 feet down the lane, there was gold. But he abandoned the project and moved on. Good decision, bad decision? I think it is the right decision based on the amount of data which he's got. We all take decisions based on our own self-interest, right? If he has got the wherewithal to dig for 8,000 feet or 80,000 feet, whatever it is, if he knew that there is gold 3 feet underneath, he would have dug. At that particular point of time, the information which is available with him, based on that and the resources part of it, he abandoned it. Tough luck? But in economics, there is a theory which is called the sunk cost. You go ahead and invest humongous amount of money and resources into a startup. The startup is not succeeding after so many years. But thinking that you have already put in the resources, already put in the time, already put in the money, you still keep on sinking more resources into it, thinking that your success is 3 feet down under. Sometimes success is probably not 3 feet down under. And what if it was actually not 3 feet down under? Probably it would have been 30,000 feet down under. Probably it is not there. So you end up taking decisions based on the information which you have, not thinking about the sunk cost. That's point number one. Point number two. Successful people I have seen are not really married to a vision. Some of them are, but majority of them are not married to a vision. But majority of them are married to the idea of success. It doesn't matter to me whether I succeed in this startup or that startup. Or probably I need to go and work somewhere and then come back. I need to succeed. Somehow I need to succeed. You become hustlers. You're hustling. You're trying your hand at different things. You're failing at different things. Every time you fail, every time you've got a failed startup, every time you've got sunk cost, get up. And every time you discover that there was gold just 3 feet under, you get up and do what? Johnny Walker, what do you do? Keep walking. Just keep walking. And how do you get lucky in life? You get lucky in life by imagining luck. You get lucky in life by imagining luck. Olympic athletes, the first thing what they do is that before they hit the runway, they imagine success. You imagine success. You imagine yourself standing over there. You imagine the gunshot going up. You imagine bolting. You imagine success. And you keep imagining success. When your startups fail, you are allowed to wail. When your startups fail, you are allowed to cry. You are allowed to wail. You are allowed to feel that you are the unluckiest person in the whole room. But for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you get up and do what? And do what? That's it.
We'll take one more question, and then we're going on to the next speech. Okay, your choice. One more question.
I saw him first. I'll take it. And I'll take all of your questions. Whenever I'm around. So you come and ask me the question. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
If you keep tinkering around with that mic, I'll give it to her.
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Chimboni. Really inspired by your message. My question is simply, I didn't get the difference between Congo and Japan. When you're explaining the difference, I didn't get the difference.
Okay, so I'm going to take that question offline, right? Congo and Japan, the difference between one is the richest nation in terms of resources, right? They are tremendously rich, but they are not becoming the real rich country. Japan, the poorest country in the world, but became this one. So it's a kind of a flip. I'll explain to you. I'm going to take the quick question over there.
Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Mwawa. You asserted earlier in your speech that children are 800 times more naughtier with their mothers than with their fathers, and that individuals born in a family where the fathers are strict or absent are more likely to succeed. What happens in a situation where a child is born in a family where the father is lenient and the mother is strict? do they experience the same outcome? Or if they do succeed, what are the factors that influence their development and success?
It's a great question again, and a tricky question. If I answer it right, none of the men over here would like me. So I'm not going to answer it in a straightforward way. I'll just quickly try to figure out your question. Fathers, what happens if the father is more lenient and the mother is strict? Kids being kids, they kind of figure out the temperament of how much strictness your mom can be. And a child almost always knows that. Let me put it this way. A child almost always, because of evolutionary biology, because of the neural wiring, the child almost always knows that the mothers can never hurt a baby. Now you read between the lines. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sherry, for actually diving into the sort of profile and giving us an international perspective of just the grand network that we are in, because we are participating and a part of Kectil. I really like that part. And Sangeet, thank you very much to you. This is the first time I've heard a keynote from you. I really love your delivery style. The pace is just so comprehensible. I love how you unpack everything so systematically, step by step. The concept of being lucky and imagining success is something that has really stuck very, very well with me. So thank you very, very much for that, Sangeet. And to get us, well, to keep the ball rolling here and move on to the next part of our program, also a keynote that will be moderated, I would like for an introduction of our next keynote speaker to be given by our Kectil Zambia country director, Rodri Mutal. Please, Rodri.
Good morning. Yeah, so when Sherry insisted that I should moderate this session, I was like, I don't want to do it, because there's a lot of emotions that I was trying to put in because of where we're coming from with Dr. Snowy. And this is the same thing as well. I was telling Mrs. Sivanda that I think I went blank just to put up the questions. So until I decided to remove the word mom, and then I just put the word doctor. Though she doesn't want me to call her Dr. Snowy, but for this particular session, we are going to go by Dr. Snowy. Yes, so I thank you so much for coming back to Zambia, first and foremost. You have been here, I think, multiple times, right?
Yes.
Yes, so
thank you.
Me and Dr. Snowy, we met actually at the first Kectil conference in Atlanta together with Guguni is right there. Actually, we are the first bonds of Kectil program. So from there, then we connected. And I remember one supervisor, Kofi, telling me that choose people who come maybe from the same background as you, some people who you relate with, so that they can mentor you. So I reached out to Dr. Snowy, and then she just excited, and so we have been together for sometimes now. But again, there's this saying where they say that it is not mentors. I think it is not mentees who choose the mentors, but mentors choose the mentees. Is it true?
It is, indeed.
Okay, so you chose me.
Yeah, I chose you.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you so much.
Yes, my son.
So just to get started, it is the story that needs to be heard, and it is the story that needs to be told. Most young people in this room come from various backgrounds, and most of them might have lost hope, because once you are in a problem or you live in poverty for so long, you tend to think that this is reality. You don't want to maybe find some other ways to navigate that. So just to start this session, just tell us about your story, how you grew up and how you rose to becoming a CEO, non-executive director, and also entrepreneur. So I asked this question because I didn't want us to introduce you to tell people the bio. We are just going to do this through your story because it's a touching story. So the mic over to you.
Thank you very much, Rodri, my son. You'll remain my son for the rest of my life. As long as I'm here, you've got a mom, second mom.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It's still morning, isn't it? And we are all still awake, isn't it, before the tea break? So I was born many moons ago in a place called Mamelodi in Pretoria, South Africa, in an extremely, extremely poor household. I mean, when I talk about poverty, I don't know how to define it, because my life and my life story defines what poverty is. And I'm sure many of you understand poverty, isn't it? I don't have to tell you what is poverty, isn't it? So growing up, I actually was listening to Mr. Vangis, and the things that he was just telling you is so true, because that's my story. I grew up raised by my grandmother. My dad was an absent dad. My mom passed on at a very early age, and I was raised by my grandmother, who was receiving pension money, which in those days was coming every second month, and it was not a lot. And the amount of money that she had to spend on us, we were 3 siblings, 2 passed on and I remained. I went to a school where the requirements were school uniform, and you have to buy books, you have to have shoes. I did not have school uniform. I did not have shoes. I did not have books. And many a times, I was chased out of classroom to go and sit outside because I did not have those things. Those are the days when in South Africa we had Bantu education. And those schools did not have toilets, flushing toilets. They had pit toilets. A number of young people my age at the time, I was little small, I fell in those toilets. There were no water taps at school. We had to go to a river infested with crocodiles to go and get water. We had to walk in dusty roads. We had to go to class sometimes where the roof have been blown off by the wind and it's raining and you have to sit in the rain. There were no school buses that were taking us to school. We had to walk. By the time you arrive at school, you were full of dust and the teachers were not merciful. They would punish you because you are dirty. So what am I saying? I grew up in a house, a very small house. In those days in Pretoria, 3-roomed house was a big house, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 living area, which was also a dining room. My uncles, because I did not have parents at the time, my dad was absent, my mom passed on. My uncles, most of the time, were not employed. The challenge was in those days they had to carry a passbook to be able to go to work, and sometimes when you lose it, you can't walk in the streets because the police were after you. It was a difficult time because at that time, South Africa was starting to burn because of what the apartheid government was doing to us, especially the poor people who were in the township. So Rodri, my short story is I went to school with no shoes. I had no school uniform, I had no books. I went to a school which did not have infrastructure, sanitation, water, there were no roads and so on and so on, as I said. It was a very difficult time. Most of the time I went to school hungry because we could not even afford a loaf of bread. And you can imagine some of my clothes were made out of my uncle's old clothes, trousers as well, have a skirt, and people will laugh at you in the streets because we were so poor. So we were a laughing stock in my community. However, my life changed.
Wow. So you have talked about how you rose up and also the challenges, but also tell us about the career progression as well, like the success story as well, because most people in here just know you that you suffered, but they don't know how powerful you are. But I think just few of us know that. And just tell us how you started your career as well, and also what you're doing now.
Okay, in the hardships, the suffering that I suffered, I decided I'm going to be smart, work hard, go to school and complete. So I applied for bursaries. To cut the story short, I managed to finish my high school, went to university, decided that I'm going to study social work. Why? Because I decided that because I know what poverty is all about, I want to help people to come out of poverty and to ensure that their lives improve. So I worked as a social worker, Rodri, and then later on studied further, did my second degree, did my master's degree, got my PhD. I studied in Boston in the US, did my PhD there on social policy because it was emphasizing how do we deal with economic or socio-economic issues and the politics of this world to be able to be successful. And when I came back from the US, I was appointed as a chief director in the National Department of Welfare then. It's now called Social Development. I came back, Rodri, I want to mention this because Tata Mandela in those days said to all of us, come back, because I did not want to come back. So I voted when I was in Boston. But then I came back to serve my country. And later on, Rodri, I went to work for the Development Bank of Southern Africa as a group executive responsible for strategy and development financing. 10 years down the line, I was approached to become a group CEO of a multinational company that operates on the continent. We have an office here in Lusaka and in other countries as well. There's Dr. Mack, who will be speaking later on. He's now a manager of the managing director of Big and Global. So we went global. And I retired in 2021, but I did not stop, thank God. I did my MBA, and then later on, then was appointed in various positions of non-executive director in various countries. I work for the World Bank now in my retirement. IFC as a nominee director. I work for, World Bank is based in Washington, for those of you that do not know. I know you know, but I need to mention it. And then I was also appointed by the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. It's based in New York. It is a foundation that put together $100 billion for energy supply and energy development throughout the globe. It's money that came from IKEA Foundation, Bezos Earth Fund, as well as the Rockefeller Fund. So I served there as a senior advisor. advising them on where to invest the money in various countries. So in South Africa, I'm representing South Africa, but also working on the continent. I am also working as, hey, should I list all of them? No, let me just leave it. Yeah, so, so the last one which I want to mention is that I've been appointed by the British government to be a non-executive director for their Commonwealth Development Bank. And currently I've been approached by World Aid International, is based in London. So I travel London for both organizations to advise them as to where to spend their money on the continent. So I also have my own investment fund, which I'm helping young entrepreneurs to start up their own businesses, funding them there and there, and coaching and mentoring them as well. So to give back, Rodri, in other words, to the continent.
Yes, thank you so much. Actually, when I heard about, Actually, when I heard about $100 billion, I was like, can I just get maybe 1 million now and then I retire? Yeah, so great stuff. And one of the things that you failed to mention as well, since the list goes on as well, people here know PwC, right? One of the big four. She's also a non-executive director. So she has a lot of, I think, how do we even manage doing all these things at the same time? And we have a lot of people, especially young people now, they have like maybe 2 or 3 that they want to do, but again, some of them receive advice that just focus on one, or some of them just maybe should they focus on 1 or 2?
I think they must focus on many of them. When one succeeds, another one will fail. Okay. So where do you spend your time? So for me, I want to give back to society. I want to give back to my continent. I love Africa. So I just said to myself, there's 24 hours a day, and then 20 of them is what I need to give back for. I can sleep. My grandmother used to say that you've got a lot of time to sleep when you're dead. So when you're alive, just work.
Awesome, awesome. The question I'm about to ask now, it's more complex because we are in this generation where there's a lot of unemployment. Youths undergoing a lot of challenges. So I'll give you just a brief background of the question just by using my own example. My grandfather, he was an entrepreneur. So he used to work for the whites, and when they left him with some sewing machine, and he had to set up his own business, then expanded to grocery store, and then I think just 4 or 5 years post-independence, he even had a car, so which means he was very successful.
Yeah.
And then, but again, he was not educated. He didn't go to school. So again, he started now investing in the kids' education. So my father was the firstborn, and he went to college. But again, the generation again started moving from entrepreneurship to full-time jobs. Since at that time, post-independence, most opportunities opened up for people with papers, yes. So the more opportunities you wanted, you should get more papers. So that was my father's generation and also belief. So now they had us children with the belief that if we do the same, we go to school, we get good grades, and then there will be masses of opportunities. Now we find ourselves in a situation where, just like according to African Development Bank, it says that about 17 million young people are graduating in Africa every year, but only about 5 million jobs are being generated. Here in Zambia, we have about over 400,000 graduates joining the labor market. But the private sector is only generating about 50,000 jobs. So these are the people who listen to their father's advice. Go to school, get good grades so that you can get a job. But again, they got the degrees, and they followed their advice, now they can't find the jobs. So now you grow up with that mindset to get a job, but again, the job is not there. So if you are young now, how can you build your life and to make yourself sustainable to yourself and also to your family? How can you navigate that path? Because most young people in this room, they are going through the same challenges.
Yeah, it's a very sad situation, and I guess this is a global challenge. Unemployment is caused by so many things. There's so many complexities. And I like the story of your family and the question that you asked to say, young people go to university, they graduate, they come back with certificates, good qualifications, good knowledge, but they're unable to apply the knowledge because they're unemployed. If I was young with a degree, I wouldn't even start looking for employment in the public sector. Yes, there will be a few people that would want to be in the public sector, because the unfortunate part of it is that our economies, and in all countries, particularly underdeveloped countries, that we have leaders who do not think about the youth. First of all, when they are in political positions, they think about themselves and their families. They don't think about how can we resolve the economic situation in our country to be able to create more jobs and be able to absorb the graduates to work in the public sector. So you can never rely on the public sector for employment. So if I was young, I would maybe go as a start, but I wouldn't stay there. For those who are not employed or absorbed by the public sector, they should think outside the box. I would think outside the box. I would try. The lady said, you know, you try as a young entrepreneur to work hard, but somewhere down the line you realize that I'm not going anywhere because I'm not getting the gold, so I better turn back. Don't. Continue working, as Mr. Vangis said. So I would be an entrepreneur, and I would try several, not one, not two, I will try several projects. I will knock at every door that I know of. Because I always say, Rodri, to young people, there is money out there. It all depends if you know where the money is. There are a lot of philanthropists. I'm a philanthropist that give money to young entrepreneurs. There are a lot of private sector companies that would absorb your skills, but also don't stay in the private sector and become corporatized. Become a corporate giant because you saw somebody succeeding with their own business. Start your own business and go out, apply, send your business plan, get a mentor. If you don't know how to write a business plan, get a mentor, get somebody that will help you to write a business plan and apply for funding and start your own business. Gone are the days where we want to be employed. You want to be employers. You want to start your own business and employ thousands and thousands of young people. And each one of them, chase them out of your business. Tell them, help them to start their own businesses. Because as more entrepreneurs start their own business, succeed, get people who work for them, and get them out of the business to go and create more jobs, we will be able to solve the unemployment problem. The unemployment problem is not a public sector problem only. It's a private sector problem. It's also for young entrepreneurs to think success and to go out there and create more jobs. That's how we'll solve this problem of unemployment.
So I asked this question because from the early, I think in our age, she used to braid some hair and also to sell in the markets when she was in high school, though she did not mention that. And so I think she has been an entrepreneur, just finding a way out, just two things. And she talks about also that she loves to help people as well. So I remember even myself, she has helped me a lot in terms of mentorship and also just the guidance and everything. I remember that was 5 years ago, and when my elder brother, actually, he was paying for my school fees, he was getting married. And I was doing my second qualification, and I reached out to Dr. Snowy that, what do I do now? And there's unemployment rates here are high, and what do I do? What do you think I should do? Then she said, okay, because your brother now, he will have responsibilities, so we should find a way. But I didn't even ask her. Then she said, so let's do this. I'll send you $5,000, you pay for your SSC examination. And then from there, then she said, we are in this together. So we are going to find our way out from this challenge. And then later on, I just transitioned my career and also just packed my certificate and stuff. So it has been maybe 4.5 years since I looked at my qualification and CV. So now I don't even have a CV. Yes, because I think maybe sometimes a CV can hinder you to see opportunities.
Yeah.
So we just have to go out there and then we see what we can do with our lives. So Dr. Snow, we should have actually helping people with, I think that she says that this one maybe will go somewhere in their lives. And one time I was watching the YouTube interview as well. There was this brilliant young man, just I think in the audience like you are seated. And then he came up with a proposal. And then she said, I'm going to give you 50,000 rands for your business, and then you don't need to give it back. Because she believed in the idea of the young person. So there are people like that. There are people who are willing to help. But again, you need to be willing to help yourself. So to move forward, I want to ask you this question because before I joined the Kectil program, I think I was maybe early in my 20s. I had fallen in love with leadership and business books, John Maxwell books, Dr. Miles Monroe books. And then I started reading about the power of character in leadership and personal life. So the more I read, and then the more I discovered that I didn't know any leaders with morals and character that were described in the book. So until when I won a scholarship, then I went to the US. And then I heard for the first time, actually from the woman from Africa, talking about the same language that I read in the book, with so passion about fighting corruption and character as well in leadership. So I just want to ask you this question. How does character play a role in career progression and also in business as well?
Yeah, a lot. Let me say that. And you know, I'm just trying to reflect with my experience as to how I became, together with the teams that I work with, very successful. So I just want to read something, Rodri, that I wrote last night when I was just thinking, what is the message that I want to leave here? There's a Canadian actor, Michael Fox, who says, no one shall take my birthrights. And I want you to listen to that because it's very important. Because this is the message that you need to take with when you leave this program tomorrow. No one shall take my birthrights, dignity, integrity, and ethics. No one. So no one should take your birthrights, of who you are as a person, as a woman, as a man, as a black man, or whatever color that you are, and that you are an African, no one should take that away from you. Your dignity, integrity, and ethics. So he says, it doesn't matter whether your dignity is being assaulted, vandalized, and cruelly mocked. He says, and even when somebody fights you, you know, there's a lot of things going on in the social media, you know, people bringing others down and saying certain things about them. Says, even that, unless if you surrender your birthright, your dignity, your integrity, and ethics. Those things for me, that they build you, your character. They build you, they build your character. So one of the things that made me to be this ethical leader, maintaining my dignity, maintaining my integrity, is because one, when I was your age, I made sure that I look after this from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet. I protect my mental health. I don't go to places where people will make me to do wrong things, make me to smoke, to do drugs, to drink alcohol, to go out with sugar daddies and be exposed to things like HIV and AIDS. No, no one would do that. Because if I did that, I would have surrendered my dignity, my birthrights, my integrity, and my ethics. Later on in life, when I became an adult, I made sure that I'm incorruptible. I handled billions of dollars in my hands, but I've never stolen even 1 cent. Because even when people were trying to coerce me to fund certain projects, which were not actually projects, I refused. Because I knew who I was. I want to ensure that I keep my integrity and my ethics are intact. I'm unbribable. You can't bribe me. You can't give me chocho. Our company, Dr. Meg, I'm sure will mention Bigan maybe later on, is based on the fact that it is a kingdom business. We fear God. We are unashamedly Christian. We don't apologize. We don't take brown envelopes in countries where we go. Because why? Our motto is doing good while doing business. Honesty is important, and we are principled, based on that statement of Fox. The second one is being resilient, being strong, and having what it takes to remain where you've been called. Because every opportunity is a calling. No matter how difficult the situation might be, you don't move. You don't give up. I would have not given up 5 kilometers away from the gold. I would have digged and digged. Because sometimes we walk away from opportunities because we think we are weak or we don't have what it takes. If you have got a vision and you believe in something, go for it, no matter how difficult it may be. So you must have the capacity to withstand and recover quickly from the difficulties. You can't cry forever. Mr. Van Gis said, Cry for 5 minutes and start going on. Keep walking. So it's important that you must be able to be resilient and be able to turn around and clean up yourself. Even if when you fall in the dust, clean up yourself and stand up and say, I've got what it takes, I'm going after it. The other thing, the third one is, my presence must positively influence those around me. It's important. When you see somebody suffer, you don't laugh at them. You go to them and ask them, how can I help? How can I make a contribution in your life? How can I handhold you and walk with you the journey that you're walking? That's what we are called for. We always speak in Africa about Ubuntu. Ubuntu means I'm here for you, I stand with you, I will go through with you. Rodri, I had even forgotten the things that you mentioned. I could not even remember what I did because I don't keep a record of those things. The last one is, we all have a responsibility and accountability of improving the quality of life of other people. Responsibility, it means you have to take your work and your duties seriously. And you have to ensure that you are liable and accountable and answerable to the things that you have done. So if someone would ask me at this age, Rodri, and say, what is it that you have done in your life? If you look back, Sherry spoke about writing your deathbed or your deathbed story. I want to look back and say, it was not about me, it was about everyone else that I have touched in my life. The reason why I go out to London, or let me say England shortly, to England and to the US to go and get funding for Africa is because I want to improve the quality of life of people. One pastor said to me, Snowy, you're not retiring, you are refiring. And indeed, when those calls came, I said, it doesn't matter that I'm so old. I want to use what God has blessed me with to be able to go and get funding and bring it back to this continent to help young people like you. So I challenge you as well.
Wow, this has been a very fascinating conversation. And we move on maybe to the next question before we run out of time. And we want, I think, more of Dr. Snowy, right? We want to create women like her, I think, in society. So I want to pose this question, but I think it's just about the women. So I'm going to give this example myself. Now, actually, I meet a lot of people. For example, we have some religion. I think if we look at, I think poverty itself, it has a lot of elements that are involved. And also we are living in, I think, in Africa where the religion is good, people love it. And also some quote that God created man to provide. So even me, when I go to church, sometimes I usually listen to a pastor say that sometimes. But again, I look at my own background. My father had 9 children with my mother. And then I'm second last in my family. And then my father died when I was 7 years old. And then my mother was a cleaner at Mount General Hospital. So she had to provide for us. So because our environment shapes us and also changes our perspective about life. So when I hear a lot of young ladies say that a man is a provider, and then I say, what is going to happen if the husband dies? Because it's a challenge. I grew up with a lot of friends myself, and most of them, they moved to the village. They never even finished high school because the father was the provider. Now we want to change this direction because women must be free to make their own money, to make their own decision. You know, it must be a union, mutual union, where they know the roles to play, I think, in the family and also just to raise the family. So I just want to pose this question to you. What is your message to the young ladies in this room?
You know, I look around and I see strong, beautiful, intelligent young women. Not to say I'm discounting the young men, you all look handsome. And I know you're brilliant as well. But just to address the young women that are here, first of all, you need to say to yourselves, you are beautiful. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are intelligent. You are hardworking. You've got it. That's the first thing. That message, when I said, no one should take my rights, my dignity, and my integrity. Look after yourselves and protect yourselves from the harsh realities of life. I said also that there's a lot of things that are happening in society. We've got a sugar daddy syndrome. People tell me that there's also a sugar mommy syndrome, but the majority of it, I spoke to someone yesterday. I was asking a question. Why is it that countries like South Africa and Zambia has young people infected with HIV and AIDS? And he said, I see it in my practice as a medical doctor. It is the truth. The majority of older men have got the disease and they're giving it to young women, and young women are taking that and giving it to young boys of their age. So I don't want to dwell into that because that's not the topic. But the answer to what Rodri was asking to you is that look after this. When you get 70, you want to look like me, I'm sure. I don't look bad, isn't it? Okay. So you want to make sure that you are healthy, you protect your minds, because there's a lot of bullying that is going on social media. You posting yourselves, put filters, you look beautiful on the pictures, and when the young man meets you, they find a different person. So make sure that you become real with yourself, so that when you meet somebody, you are your authentic self, not only outside but also inside. Thirdly, and I'm trying to be brief, study, study, study. Life is a wheel. Things happen in life. Without education, you are nothing. You cannot rely on that old man to give you money for the weave and money for the nails. Even young men these days, they tell me they are scared to approach their age groups because these young people want money from them and they don't have, because they still want to do black tax, isn't it? So study and be able to stand on your own, because life happens. And I want to share with you a story, if you allow me, short story. I told you I grew up poor. I went to university, finished my studies, started practicing as a social worker, met a very tall, dark hunk, got married, had 3 children, and life happened. So as I started growing in my career, my husband felt like he's no more at the same level as me. And what happens? Because I was also traveling a lot outside the country, trying to make money there and there, you know, I'm a hustler, I was doing all of these things as Rodri was saying. And the attention to the children and the attention to my family broke our marriage because he drifted to somewhere else. So I got divorced. So I wrote the book, Divorce, Not the End of the Road. Because if I did not have education, if I did not look after this body, if I did not ensure that I work hard, I would have been left with 3 children to take them to school and to university. And today, my children are successful business people, the 3 of them. And they're doing exactly what I'm doing good, giving and donating, helping other young people, and making sure that they improve the quality of life of others. So if I did not have education, I would have fallen to a situation where I did not know where to start and what to do. So what I want to say with this short story is that things happen in life. So women, be ready. We want to have women leaders. We want to have successful business women. You have it. Go out there, look after yourselves, work hard, and make sure that whatever happens, when life happens, you can stand tall and stand straight. I did, and I think there are many other people that I know that are very successful without husbands. This ring, I'm married to my vision because I believe that life is about giving back. And some people, I'm sure if you Google, they call me mother of nations, mother of many, because I chose, because of what I've gone through, to establish Agape Christian Women's Network, of getting all the women who are suffering, who have nowhere to go. Some of them have been physically abused, they have to run, but they have nothing. To get them and put them in a home, train them, make them entrepreneurs, make them successful, those that want to go to school and get education and be successful. So to you young people, women, it doesn't matter what happens in your life, whether your dad was absent, whether your mother was absent, you don't have a role model. There are lots of role models out there. Look after yourself. The most important thing is this. Look after this and go out there and make a contribution. So we can do it. Our mothers did. Your mother did. My grandmother did. She was a woman raising orphans, many of us, but she did it. I'm doing it, and I truly believe there are many other women out there that are doing it. So go for it.
This is very interesting, and we are just about to go to the last question. And you know, I asked this question to Dr. Snowy and also to Ma'am Shed about maybe 4 years ago. And this question, this is what even brought Kectil Center here in Zambia. So to Dr. Snow also, she gave me a very long WhatsApp voice note. But again, perspective changes maybe after some time. So I want now to ask this question because I know how to ask good question myself. So I want to ask this question now for them and also for myself. Good questions informed and great question transform. If you would want to start a business now, knowing what you know now, the opportunities that are there, you have traveled to a lot of countries. And I think even when you landed here, you could even see the opportunities because I think you once said that money is always there, but it is our inability to see that is the challenge. So I just want to put yourself in the shoes of young people in this room. If you are to start a business now, what business would you start and why?
Thank you, Rodri. Indeed, you did ask the question before, but this time I'm going to answer it differently by saying, what businesses wouldn't I start? To women, baking and cooking, selling food, selling vegetables in the streets, fruits and so on, is not a business. I'm challenging you. It's not a business. To men, I IT. I know you're surprised. It's not a business. And there are many others that I would list. But those are the things that I'm saying. If you want to start a business, think big. Don't think small things like sewing, repairing shoes, and that's not a business. When we were driving last night, I didn't see much, but today, this morning, I saw a lot of opportunities. One of the biggest things that I would start is in the infrastructure development space. What am I saying? If you travel in Africa, there's a lot of garbage, or let me call it waste. A lot of waste. People throw bottles, they throw papers, and so on and so on. You know, you can start a big waste management company in Zambia. Do you have a very big waste management company in Zambia?
We have a few.
You've got a few. Where does the waste go to?
So, for example, we have recycling companies, so like they take the bottles and then they recycle them. Some of them they make slippers, and also I think some they even turn them into the bottles again.
That's good. Energy is a big problem on the continent. In South Africa, we're experiencing load shedding. But if we could turn waste management into energy, that's where you'd get a lot of funding, because energy, like I said, I work for the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Money is there to start energy-related projects. Secondly, Africa is blessed with the sun. How many companies here in Zambia are building solar panels or inverters or batteries? Building, not buying them from China. How many? How many companies do we have in Zambia, or a factory that manufactures solar panels or inverters or batteries? Do you know of any?
No. Manufacture from just the
manufacturing.
Ground. Not assembling, but manufacturing.
Not assembling, because you got everything from China. There's an opportunity. How many women, even for those who are assembling solar panels and putting them on top of the roof, how many are women's businesses? How many women are taught in assembling solar panels and putting inverters and batteries? But we've got the sun. It's a blessing from God, isn't it? How many shopping centers, and I want you to go and do the assignment, shopping centers, and Sherry, today I will donate through Rodri 100,000 kwachas or rands to those people who would go out there into the shopping centers and look at how many of the shopping centers have solar roof panels, and they're distributing that solar to smaller businesses or to communities, particularly in the rural areas. So there's a challenge, because once you can put a business proposal like that, there's funding already from the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. It's grant funding. You don't have to pay it back. There will be money that you want to invest. Yes, they can give you a loan to expand. Secondly, there's money in transmission. The British government's grid works, which falls under the British International Investments, they are funding projects where transmission and distribution is. So being able to take the solar electrons from the shopping center to communities, even communities for free, so that those communities that do not have electricity would have electricity. There's money for distribution because you need to take those electrons, transmit them somewhere, and get them from the transmission, whether it's a mini grid. How many of us here, young people that have studied engineering or whatever, that can put a mini grid together? Rural communities don't need power lines like we have in South Africa. We've got many of those. Very soon those things will be dead. We'll be transmitting electrons completely differently. So for rural communities, you can put a mini grid. For rural communities, there's what we call portable energy. How do you do that? There are huge opportunities. And for me, I'm just taking one sector, Rodri, to say, here is a challenge. That is why I say I bet 100K for those people that will go out and come up with a proposal and say, we saw either the big buildings in Zambia don't have solar panels. And not only for themselves, they must have those solar panels to distribute somewhere to the communities. How do you transmit that? And how do you distribute that? So there are huge opportunities. My kids, my children, sorry, I always use kids as a short term for children. My children, there are huge opportunities. There's money out there. Go for it. Don't be afraid. Be bold. Be strong. Be resilient.
Yeah, I think we can talk all day. So what we're going to do now, I think I'm just going to allow two questions. And then your question again. Mr. Mamba, you want to say something? Yes.
Thank you, Cheers. So for just the decorum, to go over the decorum for the questions, guys, please limit your question to 30 seconds. If you want to give context or background to your question, make sure that you can get it into a 30-second space and ask one question, all right? Not 3, 4, multiple questions. If you have other questions, you can meet the speaker or the person that you want to ask later on. But for the sake of the Q&A, like Rodrik's about to allow to happen, please ask one question in a space of 30 seconds. That way we can get more questions in from more people. Cheers, thanks.
Hey, there are many hands, almost 12 hands. Can we take one this side, one that side, and one here?
Thank you so much. Your story is quite inspiring and motivating. You mentioned that as young people we should, oh sorry, I forgot to mention my name. My name is Dumisani Mwemba. You mentioned that as young people we have to protect our health, our dignity, and integrity. Many young people get into things that affect their dignity, ethics, and health because of certain circumstances that they find themselves in, such as poverty and economic hardships. But my question is centered on how can we as young people overcome the temptations to succumb to corrupt practices? Thank you.
Okay, maybe just quickly to answer that. As I said, you have to know your birthrights. You need to know who you are. And to young people, I would always say, find something that will anchor you. I was anchored by my grandmother. I was anchored by my faith to say, I know that there are certain things that I don't have to do, no matter how difficult things would be. And as Rodri said, I decided to start at the age of 16 to be an entrepreneur. I braided people's hair and I planted vegetable garden in my grandmother's yard and I was selling vegetables. and I was still going to school. So my answer to you in brief is that you have to have your birthright. Don't give your birthrights away. Don't surrender your birthrights. And think about doing something with the opportunity that you have to be able to protect your dignity and your integrity.
Thank you so very much. My name is Natasha Mwembasia Malube, and I am also a social worker. So I wanted to ask, I did a diploma, but I'm a little bit skeptical whether I should do a degree or I do law, because I also wanted law, so I don't know which one I should go to, whether I should upgrade for a degree or do law. And the other thing is that I'm also running a non-governmental organization. It's called Raise a Hero Foundation for a boy child, and talk about the mental health. I'm not financially stable in this that aspect, so I wanted to ask, do I still continue with it, or should I pause a little bit, because I do love giving back? Thank you.
I would suggest, because you do have a diploma, you don't have to do a degree. The same information, the knowledge that has been imparted to you is the same. So go for a law degree. The second one is don't give up. As an NGO, you said it was an NGO, the boy child. I think there's a lot of funding that is available. You can apply and continue supporting young boys, because young boys are being neglected, because most of the time we focus on the girls as if the girl child is the only one with problems, and boys have also very serious problems. And I say congratulations for looking after our boys. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cedric Chuma, and thank you so much for sharing your story. I think a lot of us have been educated and touched. I'm going to summarize my question in 30 seconds, and my question is on the financing that you fight to provide to the youth in Africa. The cost of capital is quite expensive, so I wanted to ask in particular how you make this capital you provide to the youth less costly, and also how do you de-risk it so that you actually see success stories from the people you give capital to. And then in addition to that, I'd possibly like to have a side conversation with you as time allows. I am part of a renewable energy business. I'm on the board, so I'd like to know more about those funding opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've got 3 questions in one. The other 2, de-risking and other opportunities, let's take it during tea break. Yes, it all depends what you're looking for. The cost of capital sometimes can be expensive, but there's a lot of grant funding, as I said, philanthropic funds that are available. And also you can approach development financing institutions, because their role is also to reduce the cost of capital. So don't go to commercial banks, because that will be expensive. And yeah, there are, like I said, multiple ways of being able to get funding that is reasonable and funding that is also cheap funding. Sometimes you don't need the fund. Sometimes you just need technical support. There are organizations that provide technical support that can send you people that know best, that can advise you and build you, and you should be able to use that opportunity as well. Rather than you spending money to go and get an expert, you can ask those organizations to second somebody to come and work with you and assist you in terms of your projects. So I suggest that we take the others during tea break.
So thank you so much, Dr. Snowy, for the fascinating discussion. Hope you enjoyed it. So from now, I think I'll turn it to Mr. Mambo Mumba. I think we need to go to the break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rodri. Thank you so much, Rodri.
You guys having fun? Enjoying yourselves? I think it's really starting to take shape. I had mentioned that I would only call Rodri special for the program, but I'm being very, very challenged. After Sangeet and now after Dr. Snowy, I might have to make an exception, Roderick. But thank you, Dr. Snowy, for that highly inspirational session. I was furiously taking notes when I was sitting at my desk as to just some of the gems and wisdom, words of wisdom that you were giving us from your personal experience. I loved how biographical it was. Everything you were speaking of are things that you've actually experienced and done. And to be able to distill those lessons for us is a huge blessing. Thank you so much for even how motherly you are, the affection, even though she has a certain way of being affectionate, but still being firm at the same time. And I really appreciated how you unpacked that for us. So thank you very much, Dr. Snowy. So we do have a tea break. We'll call it it's actual tea. They call it tea because it's tea. What if we don't take 15 minutes? Yeah, okay, fantastic. So we have a break with refreshments for 15 minutes, please. During the 15 minutes, I trust there might be some maybe musical interlude just to create some ambiance for us. The way we'll do this in an orderly manner is the speakers will exit at this door here. So we'll reserve this door to be exited by the speakers who are in the front already. So they'll exit through the door there. And then the rest of us will use the exit at the back there. However, we will do it in two sections. We'll split the room up in two. So the first half this side will go and line up and get their refreshments. And once they start coming back in, I think Joshua, you can usher the second half of the group out as well. Okay. You reckon everyone can go? Everyone should go? Okay, I've been told we're going to mix everyone, Jews, Gentiles, the whole lot. Okay, so the speakers still will exit through this door. Everyone else can just orderly line up and exit through that way for our tea break. Thanks. See you guys in 15 minutes.
Bringing you together from all around the world, standing together. Together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this of liberation, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
Let's begin to settle down, folks. Let's begin to settle down.
Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one.
Hope you guys enjoyed the break and enjoyed the refreshments.
Together we can change the world.
We will get started in a minute or so.
Has been reaching out to us,
Keep the ball rolling.
impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
Let's settle down, guys. We're about to start any minute now. Check to see if your neighbor's back from the tea break. Any missing persons we should be aware of? Everybody's back? More or less. The room is quite full. Fantastic. Okay, welcome back from the tea break, everybody. I hope we're enjoying our refreshments. And just to keep our program on the road, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. I think the perspective that we're going to get from this will be very unique. If we know a big part of history and understanding where we're coming from and how it is that we've gotten here today is oral tradition. And our next speaker is actually a renowned carrier of African oral tradition. In South Africa, I believe the word is Mbongi. And we have one of the most renowned African oral traditionists today as one of our speakers who we're about to hear from coming up next. And to actually moderate the session will be our fellow Kectil board member from Kenya, Guguni Wycliffe. Please welcome not only Guguni Wycliffe, but also his royal heritage, Zolani Miva. Welcome to the both of you.
Thank you so much, Mambo, for the warm introduction. And I want to greet you all. Good morning. Good morning. It's a privilege to be here. It's also a privilege to get an opportunity to have a conversation with our guest today, who, like you've heard, has a title that is heartwarming, and it connects deeply to the essence of what we human beings are, and that is art. So he is in a space of where he likes to refer to as soft power. So art is at the center of what human beings do, what you eat, culinary art, how you dress, fashion, how our buildings are done, our music, what you listen to. Everything that drives human beings is centered around art, and we are going to hear so much from him. I don't want to take so much time, but before we get to hear from our audience, I'd like to just paint a picture of how important this conversation is. Our guest here, his royal heritage, Zolani Miva, at the age of 14 years, got this incredible opportunity to get to meet Nelson Mandela when he was released at Robben Island just before his inauguration. Honorable here, I'll refer to him as Honorable, got also a chance to be the official poet laureate of Nelson Mandela at the age of 16, going ahead to about 16 years. In 1994, still as a young youth, he was invited to Parliament to go and become a member of Parliament at that very young age. And he refused. He did not take that opportunity. He's going to tell us the reasons why. But today, he is in Parliament, and he is done so much work in Parliament. If you look at his CV, he's worked in several committees in Parliament, over 10 committees, advocating for different issues within Parliament, using his soft power. So welcome to the conversation, Honorable.
No, thank you very much, Goni, and greetings to all the delegates. And I also wish to express my deep-felt gratitude to the Knowles Foundation for inviting me to be part of this great conversation with the youth of Zambia, for me to make just a small contribution into the equation. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Perhaps for those people who do not know you and haven't read your story, tell us, who is Honorable Zolani Miva?
Yeah, it's a very difficult question for me to answer, because I may take the whole day to answer that question, but I will try to shorten it. Well, I was born in a rural community, in a rural village, in the eastern part of South Africa. And I grew up like all other rural children. We're looking after the livestock of our parents, singing the praises of our family, of course using the clan names of our own families. Then I started with reciting poetry at a very young age of 8, where I started to perform in public platforms, and then I grew to become a recognizable Imbongi, to the extent that when Nelson Mandela was released, as we have indicated, I was asked by the leadership of the liberation movement to render a poetic welcome for him at that young age. And it was that event that connected with me with Nelson Mandela, to the extent that it was him personally who then said he would have to travel with me all over the country as he was interfacing with different communities of South Africa. And from there, I also traveled with him to Africa to officiate in AU summits. I traveled with him all over the world. And that culminated, as you indicated, to me being appointed the official laureate on the 10th of May, 1994. So my background is really a background that comes from a strong cultural background, a family that upholds the values of Ubuntu, and I grew up with that understanding that we were fighting for freedom, but our fight for freedom was deeply embedded in our understanding and an embracing of our humanity in the context of Africanity, if I may put it that. That is the background. Of course, my father was very worried that I was not going to pursue my education, and he insisted that I go to school. So I graduated from the University of the Western Cape. I did 2 degrees there, but then thereafter I got quite very busy with the task that I had of going all over the country, introducing the first president of a democratic state in South Africa, and that being Nelson Mandela was something that became quite extraordinary. It actually put me in the limelight. And maybe I must also say, when the offer came that I must go to Parliament, it came from him. He wanted me to grow into leadership. But the problem was that at that time I was already in the limelight and I was feeling quite young. I had already achieved my first degree and I wanted to pursue my education, and that was my convincing power over him to allow me not to go to Parliament so that I can pursue my studies. But that was not the real issue. The real issue is that when I looked at the members of Parliament, being a young person, look at what they were earning and what I was getting as a person who was in the limelight, because every time Nelson Mandela was to deliver a speech to the nation, I had to introduce him. And those few seconds of introducing him were worth a couple of thousands of rands. And it was more than what I was going to get as a member of Parliament. Though I said I will stay put as the poet of the nation, I will see Parliament later. So that's what actually led to me to refusing going to Parliament.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm curious to find out what was the influence, what influenced you to pursuing poetry? Was it someone, was it the people within the environment that you were in? Was there someone iconic who led you into pursuit of poetry?
Well, I come from a long lineage of poets in my family. So my poetry is based on oral tradition. And in the majority of cases, it is spontaneous and it is customized for the event in which I appear. I don't necessarily do regular poetry, but I grew up to try and do that as well, but I come from that background. So I had great affection because poetry in Africa, poetry is knowledge, and knowledge is poetry. Because a poet is not as a person who simply just recite poetry. You are an embodiment of knowledge, you are the library, you are a go-between leadership and the people, you are the mediator as a poet. So you do quite a number of functions. That's what you do as an African poet in an African context.
Wonderful. Now, you had a chance to interact with Nelson Mandela in person for a very long time. Most of us, maybe a few, might have met him in this room, but most of us have read about him and have seen clips and videos of him. It's different from someone who has sat down with him, interacted with him, felt his aura. What was your experience through the journey that you walked with Nelson Mandela, and what lessons did you learn through this whole experience being with him?
Well, Nelson Mandela was true to his word. You know, there was quite a balance between what he said and what he did. So he was a true example of servant leadership, very genuine, and he really believed in pursuing the aspirations of the people first before his own interest. He was a selfless leader, and he truly believed in the reconciliation amongst the people. You know, Mandela was put to jail for 27 years, as many of you know. But he came out and extended his hand to the people who had taken him through a hell of a lot of suffering. And he embraced those people and he said, "We want to work with you. You were also not free when you oppressed us. Now that we have our liberation, you are also liberated as the oppressor, as we are liberated as the oppressed." So he is that kind of a character, and I learned a lot from him, and I carry on to use what I learned from him to pursue my own objectives in life for a united country, but moreover and above, for a united continent, because I believe in the unity of the continent, that we must undermine the artificial borders that we have as a continent, because they were not created by us as Africans. So especially the youth, we must think beyond that and even use the latest means of technology, including artificial technology, where we can have a virtual state as young people to undermine this, to see how we can synergize to turn around the fortunes of the continent, to change the mindset of our people, not only to think Zambian, but think African, to the extent that we can really achieve the total emancipation of the African continent economically, because that's what we require right now.
You've mentioned a philosophy which I read about when I was looking at your profile, the United States of Africa, and bringing countries together, and you've talked about it from the thinking part of it, which is a very important but very difficult process to go through, changing how young people think. Right now, Africa is the youngest continent in the world. We have a median age of around 19, and we're the fastest growing population in the world. In the next around 2 decades, half of the world youth will be coming from Africa. There are serious implications to these demographics when it comes to productivity in the continent, and also the market. What are your thoughts about how young people, in collaboration with even generations that are older from them, can prepare for this kind of future such that we maximize on the value that increase in this population can have on the continent?
Well, you are correct that we are the youngest continent in the world. Almost 70% of the population of our continent is the young people. That's one advantage that we have as a continent. Number two, Africa is predominantly a rural continent. When we look into the rurality of Africa, we should see that as a blessing rather than as a curse, because it provides us with some kind of uniqueness. How can we use that uniqueness to our own advantage as the continent? And so the issue of the youthfulness of our continent calls upon the young people to take up leadership, because the future is in the hands of the young people. So I have witnessed that in Africa, young people are sort of relegated to the background insofar as leadership, not only in politics or government, but in all sectors of society. So I am pushing and advocating that young people need to embrace leadership, starting at a community level, as well as business, sport, arts and heritage, including government. There is nothing that says that leadership must only be embedded on the elders. But of course, we encourage generational mix, but it is young people that must really take up this call and ensure that they take this continent to the right direction. Because Africa is unable to progress with everything that it has. The previous speakers spoke about just one country, which is the DRC. That has got all the mineral wealth, but it remains poor. But that picture, you can actually paint the whole continent. We are the richest continent that is endowed with riches in mineral resources, natural resources, and yet we remain the poorest. And I believe it is a leadership issue. And if we resolve the leadership issue and we change the mindset, we need to be selfless. We need a youth that have got self-love. We need the youth that are very patriotic about being African, so that people must not think about leaving Africa to go and make it big elsewhere. But we must make it big in Africa so that the rest of the world can come to Africa to benchmark about our achievements right here. And I believe that the talent that Africa has, we can be able to do that if we join hands together. Because if you go to the States, you see a number of people who are originally from Africa, but are making it big there. They are very influential in different sectors of society. So I'm saying that we need to change that approach to issues and begin to do things here in the home front. I can make an example. The way Chinese people do it, their philosophy says everything they do it in a Chinese way. And it doesn't mean that they don't draw good lessons elsewhere in the world to enhance and consolidate their approach to issues. We can do the same. Africans like to mimic other people elsewhere in the world. We ought to come to a point where we say, with the beauty of our culture, the indigenous knowledge systems, the African wisdoms, we can actually do better than any other continent in the world. It only calls upon us to say that everything we do, we must do it in an African way, drawing best lessons elsewhere in the world. In that way, this continent can become a supercontinent in the next 40, 50 years.
Wow. You just reminded me of a comment I made with a couple of friends, and it was about Africa looking outside instead of looking within. Mm-hmm. And I said that the reason that when it comes to democracy, Africa looks confused right now because it's wondering, should we welcome democratic government and ideologies from the West, or should we look at China, which is financing us with the authoritarian system of governance? And my friend said that Africa is confused because it's looking at these two areas and trying to compare which one to follow instead of looking from within and learning from within their cultural way of leadership, how best they can manage themselves. I want to ask a question that connects to institutions. When Sangeet was speaking about Japan and Congo, one thing rang in my mind that these two countries are different because they have different institutions. One has got very strong and firm institutions that is able to organize resources, while the other has got very weak and failing institutions which is unable to govern itself. Africa has struggled in leadership, and part of the struggle has been an institutional struggle. When it comes to uniting the continent, there are efforts that are being put. We have the AU institution that was established a couple of years back, and recently there is the African Free Trade Area, which is trying to open up economic borders within Africa so that we can trade amongst ourselves. But intra-African trade still is not happening as it should. It's a big challenge. African countries are trading more with countries outside Africa than with themselves. As a member of parliament who has served in various committees on issues of trade, on issues of education, on issues of the economy, what do you think is critical to address when it comes to setting up strong institutions in Africa that will help us pursue our goals?
Well, you see, this program that we have today brings a different impetus which is needed in Africa. The education system that we have inherited from colonial governments is not only outdated, it has become irrelevant. So if we start there, because without an institutionalized program like education syllabus, you will not be able to realize the transformation that you require in a short term, medium term, and long term. So we need to start there. We have embraced an education system that is not working for us. An education system that teaches us to be intelligent but without character. We need intelligence without character is meaningless. There has to be a combination of intelligence and character in order for us to find a best way forward. So I think it starts there. There is nothing that says it's wrong to say a class like a grade 1. It can be done within 6 months. But we have been told that we have to do grade 1 for 12 months. And if you look again, we have to do this comparison with democracies that have made successes. China, their education system is what has made them to be where they are today. Because 50 years ago, China was amongst the poorest countries in the world. But they came with a plan which is based fundamentally on the education system. Chinese children are taught the doing and the theory at a young age, whilst we are busy with things that are not helping us in Africa. So I'm saying that in Parliament, I'm pushing for the transformation of the education system. Also, if you look at the finances of the continent, we all go to Japan as the 55 states of Africa to buy vehicles. We all go to Japan to buy vehicles. How much do we spend? Because we go not as a collective, we go as individual countries. We lose a lot of money because we're not using our capacity and the value of buying in bulk. So we go there, we spend 1 billion on buying Toyota vans for each and every state, and yet if we're going there as a collective, we're going to save no less than $100 million if we're buying in bulk collectively. So this thing is defeatist. We have to turn it around. The young people must start thinking differently. And sometimes I go to the extent of being quite revolutionary to say that if we allow the presidents to do what they wish to do on their own, in the majority of cases, the presidents that we have in Africa are self-centered. They are not doing things to serve and service the people. They do things to serve and service their families. So young people must take their rightful place in society and not allow the presidents to be bodyguards of coloniality to the extent that they are pulling us back instead of pushing us forward. So really, I think young people, I can't emphasize that enough to say that they need to be quite very active citizens. They need to take an active posture, even in the policy formulation of the country. The policies that we have in Africa, we are lobbied to actually produce policies that do not work for us. Most of the policies, they even contradict our own design of living, our own culture. So we have to have policies that actually complement our culture, and in that way, it is going to make things easy for us to find progression.
Wow. You speak into the heart of things that I keep asking myself questions about, but I don't still get answers. You've spoken about policies that are fit for the African development. You've spoken about an education system that is fit for the needs of African development. And in my mind, I was thinking about historical experiences of different African countries. Perhaps you know about the structural adjustment programs, how it has affected different countries. Zimbabwe, Kenya has gone through them, and a couple of other countries. There are fiscal policies also that come into Africa on how to generate revenue for government that have affected countries in different ways. Now, I'd like to ask a question specifically on education. A country like Kenya, as an example, recently, I think less than a decade, changed its education system from an 844 to a CBC, which is practical based. But still there are gaps to be identified within that education system. How best can African countries design education systems that serve the needs for development in those countries?
Well, I think that thing needs to be done through the African Union. We need to somewhat get the best brains in the 55 states to sit down and develop a curriculum that will work for Africa. And I don't think it needs rocket science to do that. I mean, if I may make an example, Africa does not have an airline, a continental airline. There is no rail in Africa that connects the whole of the continent. The state of road infrastructure that connects all our 55 states is in a state of shambles. You don't need rocket science to do that. Similarly, when you develop an education system, you have to say, where do you start? For instance, we don't have a continental language. I'm an advocate that we have to have a continental language. So difficult for me coming from Southern Africa to do business with Central Africa because we speak different language and somehow we think that we have a different culture. And it's only a language issue. So our education system has to be linked to the language policy as well. I'm not saying that we must do away with international languages which are used for business. But I believe that if we were to take a decision today and say, let's make it compulsory for all the young people to study Swahili in Africa, we will be starting in the right direction. Secondly, we have one continental education system, but it must take into account the environmental situation of each and every African state without liquidating some of the ethnic languages that are there. But I'm saying that we have, at a high level, have that continental language. So I believe that it is something that must not be done by one country, but we can take lessons from what the Kenyans have done. Instead of being busy now saying that all our children must study Mandarin, why don't we do first things first in Africa? Let's do first things first, and for me, education is very key. Secondly, there is no continental broadcaster in the continent. People in Zambia are not knowing what is happening in Kenya and people in DRC are not knowing what is happening in Egypt in real time, in current affairs. So these are things that are required in Africa. These are instruments that should be prioritized on the list of things that we ought to do to transform the landscape of our continent. So I believe that unless we plan in accordance to our reality and our experience, we will still continue to move in circles to the extent that every move that we make is equal to a zero move, because we are repeating the same thing that we have been doing for the last 60 years, and yet we are failing to find progression.
Wow, amazing. You've spoken about something that Kectil is doing very well, connecting young people from developing countries and also communicating on what is happening in these different countries. I want to mention the most recent podcast. Kectil has got a youth podcast that is aired globally, and the most recent podcast is on South Sudan and Sudan, a conversation between two youth from those two countries talking about the similarities of Sudan as a whole and how these countries broke apart and the reasons why. So it's one platform that is helping young people, and I want to encourage young people to listen to that podcast, and if you have ideas to share also, please write to Kectil. Because this question of connecting African countries, irrespective of our differences in language, culture, and whatever differences we have, is very important for us to have. Because from this connection and conversations, there's lots of inspiration that comes about that could stir up development in areas that are just dormant or not developing as fast as they should. I want to talk about the political progress in South Africa through the EFF. EFF is known as a very vibrant political party. I think it's one of the examples in most African countries and how they are influencing change in policies within South Africa. There could be criticism to how their approach and what they do, but I think they have a very inspirational model for young people to advocate for what they need to be done in government. What lessons can other African countries, especially young people, learn from the way South African youth are organizing themselves politically to advocate for the rights of what they want?
Yeah, you are putting me on the spot with that question. But let me say that South Africa is 30 years this year into democracy. So we are one of the youngest nations in Africa. In terms of the progress that we have done, is the fact that in terms of the economy, we are the biggest economy in the continent. We have taken the #1 spot. And secondly, our economy is amongst the best managed economies. We are able to employ checks and balances in terms of our governance system. So from that point of view, we have progressed very well. Politically, the parliamentary arrangements in South Africa, yes, the emergence of the economic freedom fighters has really brought new energy in Parliament. So Parliament, as a result of their presence, is very vibrant. The good thing about the politics in South Africa is that the freedom of speech is true in every respect. People are allowed to express themselves the way they wish to express themselves. They can actually yell even to the president of the country. They can actually point out to say to the president, you are corrupt, you are this and that. And yet in other African states, it is not allowed. What you say in Parliament can affect you outside when you get outside of Parliament. But in South Africa, it is not the case. So I think that the fact that EFF came into being is a point that is related to economic liberation. Many people are not aware that the economy of South Africa, 85% of it, is still embedded in 5 white families, if I may put it that way. And the land in South Africa, more than 75%, is still embedded in only 10% of people of European origin. So EFF came into existence to actually punch holes into that issue, to say we need to change, we need to transform the economy, we need to ensure that everybody has equal access to land. So I think we are in a unique position as South Africa, and it's also a disjuncture, if not a contradiction in terms, because you heard me saying that we are the biggest economy, but we have got these dynamics that almost 80% of the population have no access to real-time economy and have no access to land. So the majority of South Africans, which are predominantly African, do not own the land mass of the country. That is a challenge, and it has to be changed, but it has to be done within the framework of our constitutionality. We cannot take arms to do that because it will be disastrous. We believe that we have to do it within the ambit of the law. So EFF is quite very militant in its approach. Perhaps there are good things that must be learned from them, but there are also elements that need to be taken care of in a manner that is quite responsible, so that the young people in Africa do not follow a path of war. You know, we don't need war. Nelson Mandela has taught us that the best way of fighting for your cause is to use your brains. Nothing could surpass that, because war causes anarchy and disaster.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking that question. I really appreciate you. And at this time, I think it would be unfair if I take more time without giving you a chance to ask questions. Because our time is far much spent, I want to take this opportunity to open up to the audience to take up a number of questions. I would take 3 questions, same way we've done it in the past, from this side, from the middle, and from the other side. So let's start with the lady in white.
Thank you. Most startups Hello? Okay. Most startups and SMEs aren't aware of the AFCFTA, and the ones that are barely understand it. So when we look at the free continental market, our competition is no longer just in Zambia or just in South Africa, but with every other entrepreneur. If I create a dress, that means I'm competing with a person creating a dress in Nigeria, in South Africa, and the like. So what then can prepare us as the African youth for the competition, the collaborations, as well as the AFCFTA, and how can we effectively break down what the AFCFTA is and how its economic impact on not just one country but Africa as a whole would benefit everybody instead of turning into something that would distort the African market. Thank you.
So as honorable response to that, we prepare for the next question from the middle side.
Well, I think my sister, if I can answer that question, for me, what is required at this point, given the opportunity that has been created by that protocol, by that convention, which allows us to trade with each other without heavy taxation or with no taxation whatsoever, is that we must be creators of products. We must change our attitude of being consumers. It is not an opportunity for us to consume products that comes from elsewhere. The priority is that let's produce what comes from our spaces as different countries. So that if you produce the best dresses in Zambia, for me as a South African, I must have access to that, and so on and so forth. The problem that we have at the moment is the fact that we are consuming products that are coming, almost all of them, from outside. Dr. Snowy was saying he is putting a challenge that go and check insofar as solar energy, what is happening with the malls, who's distributing what to the rural areas. You all know, and I also know, that you will come with zero with that. So, but it's a good challenge that go out there and think about producing African-made products that are produced in your own countries. In that way, we will be able to transform the economics of our continent.
So you probably heard of that tragedy, economic tragedy for Africa, where we produce what we don't consume and we consume what we don't produce. So let's take the other question.
My name is Imano Mkambo, and my question is in line with the point about youth leaders taking up seats where elderly, if I can say, have already taken up seats, taking up active role. So I would like to believe that it is one thing to advocate for having a seat at the table, and it's another thing to be prepared to be at the table in such a way that you make a meaningful contribution. And I feel like to some extent this actually justifies why individuals who've been in leadership positions for a long time would relegate young people having a seat at the table, because to some extent young people might have access to the table, but then they may not have the ability to make meaningful contributions in such settings. How exactly would you advise that youth leaders start preparing actively to take up those roles, especially considering the fact that they're contending against people who have had these positions for a couple of years, over a decade or so? Thank you.
Well, Frantz Fanon says that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. I think the current generation of the young people in Africa must realize that time has come for them to take the future in their hands. And I will make an example with what has recently happened in Senegal. Senegalese youth have taken a decision to put their future family on their hands. So you need to have that mission, you need to have that vision. And it must not just be a question of sitting in the highest office in the land. It must be about turning around the fortunes of your own people, turning around the dispensation of your country. I mean, in Africa, if you were to ask a question, how many cities have we developed in a post-colonial Africa? 0. Don't we have capacity to do that? Don't we produce engineers in the continent who are able to plan and actually execute the work of developing new cities, new African cities that are going to work for us? Is it okay that we are only building malls for consumption of goods? So I'm saying that it's not just a question of taking a seat on the table. It's about sitting on the table, but putting plans on top of the table to change the map of the continent to a point wherein this continent can become a supercontinent with everything that we have. We continue to export raw material. Who determines the price of the tonnage of that raw material. It's not us. We are told. In South Africa, we produce gold. And I asked a question one day from a minister of finance who is responsible for treasury. He says that, my brother, I know that we produce gold, but I've never seen that gold with my own naked eyes. It is produced and it is taken to London. It is the Londonese or Londoners who decide on the price of the gold. If they wake up this morning on the bedside of their own bedroom, then they give us a wrong price, which suits them. So I'm saying that we need to change that atmosphere in the continent, take charge of what is ours, and even determine the prices of what we have, which is naturally given to us by the God.
Wow, and go and check, that same story of gold is happening with tea, with coffee, with cocoa. It's happening with almost all natural resources in Africa. Prices are being determined outside. Think about that. Let's get the last question from the gentleman in white at the last table.
Thank you very much, Honorable. My name is Gift Makamba. My interest of question is on education system in Africa. You spoke so powerfully with deep insight to transform African education. However, for how long are we going to hear great speech like this to change the narrative in the African education system? Now, Honorable, with the vast knowledge that you have, I'd like to ask you a question. What are the major factors that are hindering African continent to change the curriculum for African generation? Thank you very much.
Well, we have to push the Pan-African Parliament to pass some of these laws because it is in existence. But I think the easiest thing for us to do as the young people in the continent is for us not to wait for the institutions of the state to actually do some of the things that we're able to do on our own. You don't have to wait for government to actually establish an app, as an example. You can actually do your own app without interacting with government. And for me, that is a way of doing things in a virtual way. I believe that if as young people we are 70%, we establish a virtual way of interaction as the young people of the continent, we can take a decision to learn Swahili, all of us. Government sometimes are propelled by what the people do in order for them to follow and actually institutionalize what people have already started doing. So I call upon the African youth to say, what is the low-hanging fruit to change our existence in the continent? Is to take decisions based on some of the fundamentals that we ought to do as the young people of the continent. I mean, today you are able to learn online. Why can't we all agree here that we'll start learning to speak Swahili so that we can then start a process? I'm just making an example with the language. There are other levels wherein we can interact virtually in a manner that propels us, a unity of purpose to achieve the desired destiny that is going to work for us, so that that becomes our own contribution, so that those who come behind us will then take that further. So I'm saying that we like to be spoon-fed. This conference is about us taking an initiative to change our plight as a people. It starts with us as individuals, but we can do these things collectively. So I would say that we must start thinking out of the box. We must change our mindset and not to wait for things to be done for us, not to think about social grants. Let's think about how we can make means for our own selves. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Honorable. And before we close this session, Honorable has got a gift for us, which I'd like us to receive by giving a round of applause before he comes on stage and recites a poem to close this session. Give him a round of applause.
No, thank you, Guguni. Well, I will not play with your emotions, but let me deliver one of the poems that I have delivered elsewhere in the world, and it's entitled, I Am the Son of the Soil. I am the son of the soil, a brother to the daughters of the land. I do not have perfumed lips, but I speak the truth. I do not have cat eyes, but I can see the true colors of my continent. I do not have a dog nose, but I can smell and distinguish between carbon monoxide and oxygen. I am the son of the soil, a brother to the daughters of the land. I may not have big ears, but I can hear what makes sense and what is a nuisance. I may not have a big heart, but I do have passion. Passion for my people, passion for my continent, and passion for humanity at large. I may not have soft hands, but I can do my little bit and deliver my people from shame. I am the son of the soil, a brother to the daughters of the land. I am the bona fide of Africa, heartically, rootically. I am the son of the soil, a brother to the daughters of the land. I am the stem of our society. I am the filament of freedom. I am the calyx of consciousness. I am the corolla of people's cause. I am the pistil of peace. I am the son of the soil, son of the soil, son of the soil. Thank you.
What a blessing, what a blessing. Is this mic on? Testing, testing. Am I audible? How about this? Okay, this is much better. Fantastic. What a blessing, isn't it? When you just think it can't get any better, it just keeps getting better. That's what I love about Kectil. Thank you. I wanted to just shine a light on Guguni for your skills during that moderation session. The way you positioned your questions really allowed Honorable to bring out his best, and it is a skill. What you see someone like Guguni doing up here, or Rodri previously, is an actual skill. It takes time and preparation, and I think you executed very well, Guguni. Thank you for that. Honorable, I must say your passion and love for Africans and the African continent and the African youth is very, very evident. You have dropped a quotable today. I wrote it in my notes, and I think it's a quote that I will attribute to you in future, which is intelligence without character. Did you guys catch the rest of it? Yes. What is it? Is meaningless. Intelligence without character is meaningless. You heard it first at Kectil conference from Honorable, and that was very, very memorable from you. Thank you very much once again for your preparation and for your time. And I'll just ask if Joshua or one of the other lads can help me just shift the podium for the next speaker, as I'm going to make the introduction now. It's okay? I can go ahead? All right, fantastic. So guys, we're going to move to the next part of our program. The next gift, the next blessing. Rootically, heartically. Yeah? How about that? This gentleman has been coining terms for us. So to introduce our next speaker, who will be given a keynote, and then there will be time for Q&A. By the way, I thought Gift Makamba, somewhere on the left here, the way Gift asked his question, I think is exemplary. straight to the point, and I think we should follow that format when we give our questions for the speakers thereafter. I thought, Gift, that was really well done. I love the way you executed your question as an example. That's not to say others are not doing well. I'm just giving that as, you know, as one of the examples to follow. So the theme of our next keynote is the state and health of the Zambian economy and employment. You can take that down. The state and health of the Zambian economy and employment. And to deliver our keynote, we have one of Zambia's homegrown fan favorites. He is the founder. I hope I'm still audible. Okay. So the founder and CEO of DLN Group of Companies. Wow, this is getting troublesome. I hope it'll behave itself. So our next keynote speaker will be the founder and CEO of the DLN Group of Companies. He is the originator of the Africa Must Think movement, and it is indeed a movement. Soon to be a doctor, he's studying for his PhD in business administration. Please give a Kectil resounding welcome to none other than Dumisani Ngube.
Oh yeah. Right. Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Are you having a good time? I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here. It is such an honor to be here. It's such a privilege to be here. And I shouldn't kid that I've learned so much. My leader, that was powerful, you know. Let us give a round of applause to the son of the soil. Yeah, I had a good time, you know, listening to Dr. Snowy. That was brilliant. And this just goes to underscore one thing. We have brilliant minds in this room. I'm seeing powerful people, you know, Mr. Kantuvia, Rodri, well, our leader all the way. You are very welcome to Zambia, and it is such an honor to be with everyone here. My short presentation this afternoon is premised on the economy, the employment levels or unemployment levels, and things to do with entrepreneurship, and possibly how we can position ourselves for the future. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to give a quick overview of why we are at this particular space as a nation and as a people. Then after giving that quick overview, I'll give 5 things that the government should consider doing if we are to flourish as a nation and if we are to move forward as a nation. Then I'll give 5 things that I believe we need to do if we are to move forward as a nation. So quickly, there has been this belief that as Zambians we are not doing much in the space of entrepreneurship. How can we position ourselves? Is it that our curriculum is not encouraging us to, you know, get into entrepreneurship? Where is the real problem? So to address this, I'll just give a quick overview of where we are coming from, because we act and behave the way we do because of the background that we have. So with that said, we get our independence, 1964. We have our president there, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. The reserves that we had as a nation initially were put towards infrastructure development. Then as we move through in the late 1960s, 1968 and 1969, we then had what was called the material economic reforms and the Mulungushi economic reforms. In those economic reforms, it was said that the big industries needed to be nationalized. So it is in that space that much of the big industries, the big companies, were then nationalized. So the powers were then given to the government. The biggest employer was the government. The government owned almost everything. Entrepreneurship was unheard of. So as we moved in the 1970s, then we had massive urbanization. So people are moving from the rural areas to the urban areas. And as they move to the urban areas, they are being employed by the government. And for those of you that might know, then we had the big conglomerates, you know, the Findecos, the Mindecos, and all these big conglomerates, the mines, all these were run by the government. And in that space, what was happening was this. The Zambian economy was pro-socialist, meaning we depended on the government for everything. There was free education, free books, free meals. In fact, those that would go to school, they would get meals there. Everything was free. Why? Because the whole dependence was on the government. Well, we get in the 1980s, the global economy gets a little otherwise. So commodities go down, copper prices go down, and we are in a mess. Now, at that point, entrepreneurship was unheard of. We had no big entrepreneurs. Everything was owned by the government because the economy was pro-socialist. Then fast forward, we get to 1991, elections take place, we move to multipartyism, and in that space, we move towards a free market economy. And in this economy, we find ourselves in an economy which is pro-capitalist. Now, we then face a challenge. The economy is pro-capitalist, meaning we need to be entrepreneurs, but the mindset still remained pro-socialist. And as a result, we as a people have failed to own up, and up to date, we still stand and say, no, we have issues here. Boma Yanganepo. The government must look into these issues. Even over your roof, you want the government to look at those issues. We think this way, we reason this way for a simple reason. Because for the longest time, we depended on the government for everything. So this change has been very difficult because our mindset is pro-socialist. And we don't believe as a people that we can provide any solution to the betterment of our nation. So that is the starting point. And if we go back in as far as entrepreneurship and employment is concerned, back in the days, we were taught from a very young age, go to school, get educated, and you become successful. Get a job and become successful. We believed in that. Why? Because back then, Zambia had two universities, the Copperbelt University and the University of Zambia. So if you graduated, a job would be waiting for you. But now we have over 50 universities. So getting a job has become extremely difficult. And I can put this across. 2022, we had 46,000 degree holder graduates. 46,000. And if we added diplomas, we have way in excess of 100,000 graduates being churned out every year. But guess what? We celebrate our current government that it has employed a lot. Now let me put it across. It has employed 36,000 teachers in the past 3 years. 36,000 teachers, 14,000 workers, and 5,000 people in the military. Total 55,000 in 3 years. And in 1 year, we bring out over 100,000 graduates. So where are other graduates? And we find ourselves in a tricky situation now. Unemployment levels are getting higher and higher. As such, I call on us to begin entertaining the thought of entrepreneurship. I call on all of us to begin thinking of enterprising. I call on all of us to begin telling others that entrepreneurship is the way to go. We need a mindset change, and it begins with yourself and myself. The onus is upon us. If we do nothing about this, it is a simple fact, we are heading nowhere as a people. And let me even hit you a little harder. It is not the responsibility of the government to curb unemployment. That's a fact. It is not the government that will curb unemployment. Let me put this across. Can the government employ? Yes, it can employ. But it can employ for the sole purpose of creating an enabling environment. Now let me break it down. The role of the government is to create an enabling environment. Who then curbs unemployment? It is yourself and myself. Now question, can the government employ? Yes, it can employ for the sole purpose of creating an enabling environment. So when the government employs teachers, it is not to curb unemployment. It is to make sure that you have an educated population. When the government employs health workers, it is not to curb unemployment. It is to make sure that we have a healthy population. When the government employs police and soldiers, it is not to curb unemployment. It is to make sure that we have law and order in the nation so that entrepreneurs can then succeed. Now, with that said, if you are to curb unemployment, it is our responsibility. It is your responsibility. It is my responsibility. But for us to achieve this, the government has a role, and we have a role. So I'll pause there and put out 5 things that I believe the government needs to do if we are to position our nation for success. The first thing, we need stability in our economy. We need our economy to be stable. By that I mean simple basic indicators like the exchange rate. The volatility that we have in our exchange rate is making it extremely difficult to do business, especially in an economy which is import-driven. Running businesses has become extremely difficult. Today, the exchange rate is 18 kwacha to $1. Tomorrow, 25 kwacha to $1. Today, it is 27 kwacha to $1. You can't run businesses well when there is this volatility. So to the powers that be, the first thing, let us have stability. And put this on record. I have no issues with the exchange rate. I don't care if the exchange rate is 50 kwacha to $1. I don't care, even if it is 100 kwacha to $1. But if it is 50 kwacha to $1, let it be there and stable. You get it? Let it be 50 kwacha to $1, but stable. And we say, no, you see, back in the days, our exchange rate was 3 kwacha to $1 or 4 kwacha to $1. Just to put it across that the exchange rate is useless in itself. It was not 4 kwacha to $1, nor was it 3 kwacha to $1. It was 3,000 kwacha $1. But the economy was doing well because it was stable at 3,000 kwacha to $1. But now it is at 20 kwacha to $1, 27 kwacha to $1. It makes it extremely difficult to run businesses, to become successful entrepreneurs. So to our leaders, the first thing is we need stability in our exchange rate and many other parameters. That's the first thing. The second thing, our interest rates are extremely high. You can't run a business where the borrowing rate is at 30, 35%, 32%. What kind of a business are you doing that would give you that kind of a return? 37% per year. So to our leaders, let us look at these issues. The stability of the exchange rate. Let us look at the issues of the interest rates. The third one, out of the 5 things that I believe are extremely important, the third one is, let us pay suppliers on time. And this is the message to the powers that be. When someone supplies to a government institution, let them be paid on time. It will position a number of entrepreneurs well. The inability to pay business people on time, companies on time, has brought down a number of companies. It has led to the closure of a number of businesses. As such, I would call on the powers that be to correct that. It is one of the ways that we can build our economy. And I shouldn't get this. If I was in a position of power, just a suggestion, if I was in a position of power, I would do one thing and do it well. And this is what I would do. All the controlling officers of these government entities, All of them, be it a ministry, be it a parastatal, all the controlling officers, the CEO, the PSs, and the controlling officers. If an entrepreneur supplies things to the government with the premise and promise that they'll be paid in 30 days, if 60 days they've not been paid, 90 days they've not been paid, the controlling officer must be disciplined. It should lead to someone being fired, because we are pushing for many people to become entrepreneurs, yet you are killing those that are already enterprising by not paying them in good time. And any good business person will know for a simple fact that businesses flourish when cash flow is moving. That's how it works. So if they've held on to your money for 90 days, 6 months, and we've had cases from way back where 1 year 6, you've not been paid as a supplier, this must come to an end. Because if people are paid on time, many more people join the bandwagon of entrepreneurship. The fourth one that I would put across and would wish to put to the powers that be: let us be deliberate about building certain companies. There are countries that have been deliberate about building certain industries. You can talk of Hyundai, was well supported by their government. And these governments are very deliberate in positioning some of the companies to become regional big companies, to become global companies. But the challenge with most African governments, we are not deliberate to build some of our local companies. As a result, it might interest you to note that locally, we have no single company that you can look at and say, okay, fine, the biggest bank is the Zambian bank. You look at the top 5 banks in Zambia, none of them is Zambian. None. And if you looked at the people that are running the economy, Zambians are nowhere to be seen. Why? Because we are not deliberate to position our companies for that. Then the final thing that I would put across to the powers that be: let us be deliberate and proactive in offering solutions. We are crying about load shedding today. Load shedding this, load shedding that. Are we saying that our leaders for all these years didn't see what was coming? Didn't notice that the demand for power was increasing? And they couldn't proactively position, the economy such that, we can handle the demand for power? Even simple things, like take for instance, we are talking about drought now, and it's a national disaster. Did you know that the drought was anticipated as early as June last year? It was announced that we might face a drought towards the end of the year. It was announced. In June, July, it was announced. But what did we proactively do? Did we assess where droughts would be severe and which areas it would be better so that people plow more there, farm more there? What did we do? We did nothing. Except drought came as expected. And we find ourselves now saying, no, we are in a mess. But these are things that call for us to be proactive. And this is the message to the leaders. These are the 5 things that I would push across to the leaders. Then there are 5 things that are on us as a people. And these 5 things, it is for yourself and myself to act on them. The first thing is that our work culture is pathetic. As a people, we are just lazy. If we are to develop our nation, and if we are to position our economy well, we need a number of us to embrace hard work. We need a number of us to rise to the occasion and realize that our hard work will turn this nation around. There is only so much that the government can do. We, the citizens, have a very important role to play. And it begins with yourself and myself. And I can tell you for a fact, if we as a people don't change, bring any president at the helm, the nation will still fail. You like Obama, bring Obama here, put him, and give him lazy Zambians. You realize that nothing is going to change. If we are to change this nation, we need to be deliberate as a people ourselves. We need to realize that the future of this nation is in your hands as a person. You see, it is so embarrassing to notice that, well, the construction industry is not controlled by indigenous Zambians. Who are controlling that? The Chinese. You look at the pharmaceutical space, it is dominated by the Indians. Zambians, nowhere to be seen. If you looked at the shops across, Zambians are nowhere to be seen. In fact, we can say, no, these came with capital, they had so much money. Let us look at refugees. You look what the little shops around every corner. Who are running those? Rwandese. Those came with nothing. Refugees, they just came with suitcases. We Zambians can't run that. You open at 10 hours your shop, at 20 hours it is closed. Rwandese go up to 22, 24 hours. We as a people need to realize that there is so much more that we can do. Our laziness has perpetuated our poverty as a nation. So if you are to change anything, it begins with yourself and myself. With that said, the second thing that we need to realize is this. We need to learn to start small. You see, a number of us are ashamed to start small. I can tell you this. Almost everyone that has achieved exceptional growth, built a big company, they started small. Even in a small way for myself, I come from the village, very poor background. And I like saying this, we were so poor, such that the poor called us poor. That's where I come from. Very poor background. In fact, when learning, we learned in Nyanja, in vernacular. Community school, we learned in vernacular. In fact, all the subjects, we learned them in vernacular. Including English itself, we learned it in vernacular. Yeah. Ahapandie patop. Ahapandie pabilo. We learned it in vernacular. That's the background I come from. Heading goats and cattle. Go to Matero boys, started small, selling pamphlets. Got back to the village, opened a kiosk. Very small shop. From the small shop, I began trading in goats. Very small things. And that some of my peers who were laughing at me, they had nothing of their own. I had something of my own, but they were still laughing. From then on, when I got done with my grade 12, when I was 16, turning 17, I began importing things from Francistown in Botswana, buying simple, basic things like duvets and clothes. From then on, began getting things from South Africa, Johannesburg. And that was in my teenage age, 20 years old. I founded a company with two other friends, Glad Tidings Software Limited, and we had a school management system. The three of us, we built that company within 2-3 years. It was the biggest provider of school management systems in Zambia. And up to date, the company I founded with two other friends when I was 20 years old is the most used school management system in Zambia to date. It gave me a breakthrough. 22, 23, I had these big trucks. You know, 24 running a tech business, and I've done exceptional things, and that is why I have even been invited here because of the exceptional things I've done. But what am I putting across? I started small. Now the challenge that we have, a number of us, is that you have a big dream. You see, with this dream, once this software is up, this application is up, we are going to take Facebook out of business. What sort of dreams are these? Disconnected with their reality. And this is the story for a number of others. Disconnected with their reality. Now, here's my message to every one of you. You can start small and begin positioning yourself for growth. With that said, the third thing that I'll put across is this. We fail to take advantage of the opportunities that we have. The Zambian economy is mainly driven by mining. But the question, if I was to ask here, how many of you know how to even get a mining license? Where the offices are? If I was to ask here, you might find that none. We have no idea how to get a mining license, no idea. Where offices are, no idea. Which offices give that, no idea. We know nothing. Yet our economy is driven by mining. We fail to take advantage of the opportunities we have. It takes foreigners to come in and identify the opportunities. I think time has come for us to realize that we are in charge and we can do exceptional things. And we need to be deliberate about that. Let us not just stay aloof as spectators, just watching on what is happening. And you see, the people that make so much money, Zambians that have so much money, if you go to the copper belt, how do we call them? The guys, those guys that have a lot of money on the copper belt, what are they? Jerabos, right? No, Jerabos, they have money. You know, they drive the latest vehicles. They move around with what? Now, for those of you that do not really know who Jerabos are, these are guys who the mine is established. They do the mining. After doing the mining, the waste, after processing minerals, the waste is then gathered, and those are called black mountains. Then with time, we discovered that that waste could be processed further to get a bit more of minerals from that waste. Then these Zambians who positioned themselves to go deal with the waste that was thrown away, they are the ones that we celebrate and say they are rich. People who are dealing with the waste when the real minerals have been gotten away. Now imagine the real ones that got the minerals, not the ones that we celebrate who got the waste. Now the ones that got the minerals, how much more are they making? How many millions and billions are they making? Because we are celebrating and fearing those that are getting from the leftovers, what has been thrown away. Because the black mountain is what is thrown away. Those that are dealing with the leftovers, which are no longer useful, they are the ones we celebrate in Zambia. And when I said, who are those people with money, I said, Jerabos. People dealing with the waste. This is just an indication that maybe we may be the West even ourselves, we are celebrating those. Because them, they are better. They're even dealing with the West. Us, nothing. Except celebrating those who are dealing with the West. This should tell us one thing. We are not taking advantage of the opportunities that are on our table. So, time has come for us to rise to the occasion. Then the fourth one is we need excellence. We need to be excellent. We need to be excellent youths, and as Zambians, we need excellence. The businesses that we run as Zambians have what is called a bent child syndrome. Now, a bent child syndrome is this way. When a child comes, behaves in a certain way, if you punish that child for that behavior, then the next time the child behaves in a similar way, you celebrate them for the same behavior, the child gets confused. They don't know what it is. They don't know whether that behavior is good or is bad. They have no idea. That is what is called the bent child syndrome. So for most businesses that we have, we come to a hair salon today. You work on our hair very well. The next time we come, it is nonsense. We order something from you, you do it so well. Then the next time, useless. There is lack of excellence in a number of our businesses. Now, you see,